Just getting into position. Got Sammy Boy over here. Giving a little marky mark to the locals. Spot. All right. We are here. All right, buddy. You're gonna be good for a minute. Do this straight. All right. Quick disclaimer. 1 second, let me fix my hair since I didn't realize I look like such a crazy person. I'm sure that makes me look less crazy, right? Anyhow, whatever. I don't think anyone came to check out my hair. Not a medical professional. Nothing I say is intended to be medical advice. Any major changes you make to your diet or any other aspects of your life, something you should check with a licensed medical professional about before enacting in your own life. Also not a financial advisor. Nothing I say is a recommendation for an investment. I'm also a law-abiding citizen. Would never break the law. Anything I say that's illegal is simply added for entertainment purposes. That's our disclaimer. That being said, welcome everybody. It's a beautiful day. How are you guys doing? Looks like we got a decent, strong start going on here. Sam, you're not doing this right now, but and yeah, what do you guys want to talk about? You guys got any questions? Let me do a quick greeting for everybody that got here early. Mariah, Noy, Clown Loves You, Max, Melinda, Asher. How are you guys doing? How long have I been growing my hair? Since January 2020. It's been quite a long time now. It's mermaid level, but it's starting to get shorter because it's like, you know, matting up or whatever a little. But we'll see. Where do I live currently? Well, you know, that changes on a pretty regular basis, but if you mean currently at this very, very moment, I guess I live in Santa Barbara because that's where I am right now. So, you know, that's kind of my theory on the living places thing. I like to keep it fluid. So wherever I am, I live there. And the earth is my home. I'm in California. And most people are experiencing a major heat wave here. It's ridiculously hot throughout most of the state, but I've been sticking to the coast, so the weather has been just perfect lately. And honestly, this is my new favorite spot in California. I would say that this is probably the nicest place that I've been in this state, and I was born here, so it says a lot. I mean, there's some really nice spots up in Northern California too, like at Fort Bragg and stuff, but this is just really, really lovely here. You guys want to see Sam? What's up, Sam? You've been requested. How are you doing? All right. Let's see. Do I still film? I'm not filming anymore. No. I may film in the future if I ever have a like a, you know, regular co-star that wants to work with me. But as far as just being open for hire to all the producers of the world, no. really kind of sketching me out with these swabs that they're trying to do, and I just don't trust it. VLD 431. We might have. I guess it depends where you did your time. So if you want to share that information, I could tell you if it's likely or not. If you, but if we did, it would have been sometime between 2005 and 2009. Can I give you my Snapchat address? It's on my Instagram, but I haven't logged in a long time. I don't really use it. They deleted my original Snapchat with like 100 and something thousand people on it, so I don't really have a lot of Snapchat conviction anymore. What's the most times I have released in a day, do I think, and what effect has that had on me? I mean, I've done like 12 in a single session. I don't know about a day. So I don't know what that effect had on me. You know, I have some theories though that part of the reason why like everything's moved so fast for me is because you know, there's something called you know, they call it different things, but like for example in like Qigong they call it the lower Dan Tien, right? Well, I think in, you know, Vedic or whatever, it's maybe that's the sacral center, or like in the Kabbalah it would be like the spleen center. But long story short is that you have to, you know, that you have to build your, you know, in Qigong they put a lot of stress on building that center up so that you can hold more chi inside you, because chi is unlimited, but the amount that you can hold inside you is finite, right? And so I think that my career and the ways that I used to live my life unknowingly built up my lower dantian to be able to hold a lot more energy than the average person. And I think that that's part of the reason why like abstinence and things like that have had like such a profound effect on me personally, because my body adapted to be able to do what other people cannot do. And then when I stopped doing that, I maintained the adaptation and am able to harness more energy than probably someone who didn't have those experiences. That's just my theory. I don't know that for sure, but that's kind of the theory, because things have moved really fast since last September. Back to the chat. Bruce Castillo says, I'm in Houston and we have no power for 2 days. Oh, that's crazy. So what is my occupation now? My occupation now is, I don't know. I don't know if I have an occupation. I'm trying to make this work. I'm 300 hours away from monetizing on YouTube. I'm still, I mean, if you're asking how I'm surviving, it's just off my old content. I'm just still selling. I have a lot of archives. I actually have a lot of stuff that's never even been released, so I'm still just living off of work I did in the past, I guess. Do I smoke? I do like to, but I'm currently abstaining from that. I find that it's a tremendous, it's something I enjoy a lot, but I like it when I have no tolerance to it. I think I think it's an amazing ambassador to the plant kingdom, and I think it's really helpful for like connecting with nature and things. But the problem with it, like many things, is that the body adapts to it, and as soon as you start adapting to it, you've already lost the magic, you know. So you kind of gotta keep it, you know. It's the kind of thing that should be not just in moderation, but a rarity. Did I enjoy making movies? I did, for the most part, except for when I didn't, and then I definitely did not. Asher says, not to take away from your films, but glad you're showing us who you are behind the camera. Thank you for being human. You're welcome. I'm glad that I could do that, because people tend to forget that my, you know, description was actor, and so they think that the role that I played was the real me. And I've changed a lot in the last year, but nonetheless, I've never been the person that they portrayed me to be. I've always, they kind of had me picked out as that certain character, and that's just not my real character, you know what I mean? When do I plan to get married? When I meet somebody that I can't possibly imagine having a life without, which is a stretch, because I'm very, very comfortable alone, and I love being alone. I love being single. I love my solitude. I love my silence and my peace and quiet. So, you know, it's hard to imagine a person that I just absolutely couldn't live without, because I've learned to live without almost everything except for air, food, and water. And I'm working on learning to live without food. So that's where I am with that, you know what I mean? I always like a challenge. I don't really like to answer questions about specifically other people, just because there's a lot of reasons, but I just don't like to answer questions about other people, because I feel obligated to, not that I don't, you know, I like that person fine, but it's like I wouldn't say anything bad about anybody anyways, probably. So it's like it's kind of like a canned answer, any answer that I would give about another actor or actress. Max says, I think what you said about the Dan Tien theory is true. Is your hair still growing longer, or has it stopped somewhat? It seems like it's slowed down, but I think it's because it's starting to like knot up. It's knotting now. It's, you know, it's getting these little things. What fabrics are the highest vibrational and healthy to wear, do you think? I mean, they say linen and wool are supposed to be the ones, but you're not supposed to wear them together, because I guess they have like a opposite, like the energy moves opposite way and like cancel each other out. Now I have no way to prove that, you know. I've not done the research myself to see if that's a true statement, or if that's a statement from people trying to sell expensive fabrics. But in general, I would, if nothing else, I would avoid anything artificial. Like, no, you want to really stay away from anything with like vinyl in it, or like acrylic maybe. I know that the vinyl, like, you know, anything with vinyl in it, like vinyl is something that they originally started experimenting with during World War I as a gas agent to gas people out in war. So wearing things that are made from that on your body is, in my opinion, not the best. But you know, if what they say is true, then I mean, I guess we should all be wearing either wool or linen. You know, I personally really like linen when it's hot out, so I don't have a problem with that at all. And I normally don't hang out with in places that are cold enough to need wool, but I'm sure it's a very fine fabric as well. I have some wool socks I like. Sana, welcome. Happy to have you. And if you're just listening, how old am I now? I'll be 39 in November. Have I acted in a TV or film production? I was in a film that was in the Cannes Film Festival, but I'm not sure. I've never actually seen it, so I don't know if they have video of me or just audio. But I did work on a film production for the Cannes that was in the Cannes Film Festival. What's the weirdest encounter I had while being recognized? Weirdest encounter I had while being recognized. I feel like there's a good story here, but I can't remember it. I don't know, but the last girl that you know, I was having interactions with most recently, it's actually a funny story because I guess back in the country where she was from originally, I guess her boyfriend had gone through her phone at some point, and I guess she was a big fan and was sending like videos of me to her friends in her like WhatsApp group or something. And her boyfriend like took video of everything that she was saying in her and all the stuff that she was sending her friends. And then the boyfriend broke up with her over it and sent the whole recording to her whole family as like revenge. And I guess that was like so many years ago. And then she ended up moving to LA, and then yeah, we actually met and hung out for a while, for like a month or something. So so yeah, that's an interesting story, I guess. Why do I think I've been hit by lightning? Well, I don't know. I've actually questioned that a lot myself. I don't know why I got hit by lightning. I mean, the first time was definitely the most shocking, but it was the second two times that really got me questioning. But it really depends on if I got hit with a negative bolt or a positive bolt, doesn't it? Because, you know, the thing is that the nearest visible clouds were very far from my apartment when I got hit the first time. So, you know, usually when a bolt travels like really, really far, like many miles, it's usually most lightning bolts are, I think that they're positively charged and they're reaching out to negatively charged items. But sometimes a negatively charged bolt can reach, I might have this backwards by the way, can reach out to something that's very positively charged, right? And that's when you have what's called a bolt from the blue. A bolt from the blue is the opposite of the normal charge of the lightning, and it travels much farther to connect with something because it has less options. I think that's why it works, because most things are going to be charged similar to the earth, right? Because it's going to be grounded. But if you're very ungrounded, you could have the opposite charge, in which case the lightning could hit you. Now, I don't actually know if that works like that with humans, but that's what I read about bolts from the blue. So, which would make it even more interesting if that was the case. So basically, it must have happened because I was charged one way or the other, either negatively or positively. It's hard to say. And Soban is asking, do you believe in God? And I will say, no, I do not believe in God. I know God. I know God personally. There's not one shred of doubt in my mind. I don't need to believe anything. I know God in every bit as well as I know myself. I know God every bit as well as I know the air that I breathe or the sun that tans my skin. I know God as well as the water that I drink, the food that I eat. I know God absolutely and totally without any question, zero question in my mind. I don't need belief. I don't need faith. I have absolute knowing. I know God. And that's probably my most passionate thing in my life right now. As a matter of fact, that's probably the thing I know best in life right now. There's probably nothing else, maybe one close second, but that's about it as far as my knowledge in life. But God is it. Max said, I saw a video of someone being hit twice in a row. Yeah, they were like spaced pretty far from me. I mean, the second two, luckily, it was the vehicles that I was one I was driving myself, and the other time I was in the back of a cab. So, I don't know. It's crazy. What's the topic, girl? What happened to your hair? I'm a boy. My hair's long. It grew. It's what happens if you just let nature take place, and if you have faith in God's work, then you just be God's creature. You don't groom yourself too much and try to think that you're gonna do better than God. You know what I'm saying? It's not possible. Are you going to dread my hair? Be a Rasta? No, I would never. I'm not going to do anything to it. The thing about dreadlocks is, interestingly enough, is that they could be formed many ways. Some of those ways are in a salon, which kind of takes a lot of the point out of it. But the other way is to just not brush your hair. And that's how mine are coming in. I just stopped brushing my hair, and I stopped using a conditioner. And I'm gonna stop them from. This is the only thing you do have to do. Sometimes you gotta like split them apart because they start trying to stick together. And then you end up with like a weird one. It's like I got a couple weird ones where that happened. See, like that one probably used to be 2. But like those 2 are like starting to like go together now. Oh, it's still 2. That one was probably 2. Yeah, see, this is what happens when 2 merge together. It like makes these little bow things. I think over the long term, like in a few years, like it'll all smooth out and it'll just be like solid. But in the meantime, it does weird stuff. The first time was the actual only time when I was like personally, when I was actually shocked by it. The other time it like damaged a rental car that I was in. I had to pay for the rental car's lightning damage. It was actually the only insurance claim I ever filed was for lightning damage to my car. And then the other time, I don't know, the taxi said that we weren't hit, but I felt the car bounce off the ground, so it had to be pretty damn close if it's gonna bounce the cab. Hello, my friend from Korea. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but I do recognize you, and if you want to tell me how to say that, in English, I would love to know. Have I ever played guitar or another instrument? Yeah, I played guitar when I was a kid. I don't think I know. How do I know God? What does he sound like or look like? Well, just use your ears. Use your eyes, because it's everywhere, everything. Everything is God. God has many faces. He doesn't always look the same. But the first time I heard and seen, it was the time that explained to me the most. And, there's like, when God speaks to you, there's no voice. There's just pure information and thought that just downloads into your brain, and then it takes it. So much is said in such a short amount of time that it takes months to unpack everything that you receive. But for me, the first time that happened, it was very obvious that it was God, because it was exactly like in the movies when somebody dies. At first I started hearing harps. Like at first I just heard a little ringing, and then it just got louder and louder until suddenly I was enveloped in like a symphony of thousands and thousands of harps. Actually more like three symphonies of thousands of harps. And they were all playing the same song, but at 3 different intervals. So it was like the most beautiful thing, but also discord at the same time. And part of the information that I received through that experience explained to me that the entire universe is made out of light and vibration. It's basically all waves, right? And there's really only 3 tones, but it's every however many combinations of that creates everything, right? But if you want to understand the full magnitude, which I still haven't yet, but that experience, I thought I knew a lot more than I did until my next few experiences, and then I realized that there's always more. There's always more. And that it takes a series of profound experiences and insights to truly understand God in the way that I do, which I have no doubt that as this progresses, I will have a completely different understanding of it in the future. But the fact that we're talking right now is, I think, proof enough for anybody. And if that's not proof enough for you, well, I wish you the best. Maybe you'll get it next lifetime. Let's see. Well, Sobin says, God is an easier explanation to the mysteries humans don't understand or can't comprehend. We call this God of the gaps I don't know, therefore God. They fill unanswered gaps with God. That's true, and that's, in a sense, what I do as well, because I'm really just borrowing the word God. The actual consciousness, which I'm referring to, is always going to be the highest, I think everybody's God is always going to be the highest consciousness which they can personally perceive and know, right? And there's many layers of that. There's so many things that are greater than us that you see something and you're like, this is God. Oh, you see something else, you understand this is God. But the truth is that the original consciousness, the absolute, the source of all things, has no name. It has no description. It's an essence. It's something that is beyond description. And that's why some people explain it differently. Like my favorite way of explaining God would be the Taoist way. And that's, you know, the eternal, you know, my favorite quote of all time is the eternal Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. Okay, so to tell the true meaning, the real thing, is impossible. But Sobin's going out, and he's going in a downward spiral now. No offense or anything, but this is just the way I see it, based upon the comment that I'm about to read. It says, as scientific understanding expands, these gaps diminish, reducing the need for supernatural explanation. Religion has a history and origin. Science is for idiots. Okay, and I know that sounds weird, but you'll never understand it all. You'll never even understand 1% of it. Even with AI and unlimited computing power, you'll never understand 1% of it. Never. And so everything that you think you understand is really the hocus pocus bullshit that's just keeping, you know, it's just a slavery tactic. Because even if the powers that be did understand that 1%, they're never going to allow you to understand 0.1%. And that's what keeps you as their slave. But the reality is that you don't need to understand how everything works. And that it works better when you don't understand it. Because when you try to put all that whatever into someone's head, what you're doing is that you're creating a dominant right side brained individual. But the left side of the brain is more powerful. And the reason why it's more powerful is because it's connected to something that precedes this existence. So everything that can ever be known actually is already known. And it's impossible for you personally to understand what I'm saying without experiencing it yourself. You can go and watch the 30-40 hours of lives on this channel where I explain it all step by step, like as it was happening to me, of what it's like. And you can try to envision that. But the truth is that without mental and physical purity, and without unlearning all the bullshit that they've filled your mind with, like science, you will never be gifted with true understanding. But I will say that, you know, I was into science my whole life. You know what I'm saying? Like that was probably the closest thing to religion that I ever had. But in 7 minutes of connecting with what I'm referring to as God for simplicity's sake, I learned more than all of my life combined. I guaranteed I learned more in that 7 minutes than 99.9% of humanity. And what I learned is that everything else is just a distraction. But science will never rival 1% of what is God. I'm sorry to say. And I understand that most people can't really grasp that. Even people who actually believe and are religious can't actually grasp that, because religion is the same as like science. It doesn't give you the full story, most of them. You know, the only and in fact some of them, like the most popular one in the West, misleads people more than it helps people. So if I was going to give anyone a recommendation that wanted to understand that, it would just be to forget everything you've ever learned and everything that you've ever known, and realize it's all been a lie. Even the things that have been true and proven in science are lies, because it doesn't tell the whole story, and that you'll never understand the full complexity of it. Let's see, there could be things that science will never be able to, science will literally never explain 1%. Never. It will never explain 1%. Not even close.
Oh yeah.
Religion, I'm not even speaking about religion. I'm using verbiage when I say God. As I mentioned previously, the highest thing that I've seen has no name. But for lack of a better word that people, Western minds, will understand, I just use the word God. When you introduce yourself to others for Australia, do I say Bruce, your government name per se, or it just depends? I usually say Bruce. Aromatherapy, do I use it? I've never tried it. Could be something to that. You can only perceive what you are the frequency of. That is extremely true, Max. I'm describing a deistic God that doesn't interfere in human affairs. The highest does not, but the thing is, the highest does not. The highest consciousness, the original source of it all, it wants order. But the thing is that everything is like layers, and you're even one of the layers. You yourself are one of the layers. So you have a consciousness, and then that consciousness has an ego. But this consciousness is so big that this consciousness, this ego, is a God in itself, this is the God that most people think of as God, the ego of the original source consciousness, right? But now, the ego of the original source consciousness is so big that it has however many dozens and dozens and dozens of egos of itself, right? And then those egos have however many egos, and then that's you. And then you have an ego. You have a little voice in your head too. You know? And it's just layers. It's fractalated consciousness, but it all comes from an original source, which is more or less unbiased. But it's created a personality for itself, and that personality is what most people consider God. Or they have a million different names and all that stuff, but the thing is that when you give something a name, you give it individualism. You know what I'm saying? So, alright guys, I don't know why it froze there for a second. Welcome, Lucen. Wait one second. What's my favorite music when I was younger? I was like, when I was really young, I was like into like Nirvana and Metallica and stuff like that. Let's see. What's up, Susan? Sobin says, science today is the religion, to explain stuff according to our limits, as it was for the people that invented religion back in the day to explain stuff they didn't understand to the lack of, no. Well, the thing is that we're never going to understand. Like, this is not why we came to this planet, to try to break down the trivialities of our existence. What's more important is for us to aspire to the greatest that we can personally be, which is not something that happens through intellect. Intellect is an interesting part of the human container, but your true self is endless, and you know, truthfully, to understand the little bit that we understand through science or think that we understand, like I said before, it does more damage than good, because by embracing that which we do not know and that we don't understand and never will understand, we can accomplish more than we can with all this bullshit science. In fact, think about all the things that we've invented, even these phones and things. Like, okay, it's nice to be able to call and talk to somebody and whatever, but how much does any of this actually improve our lives? It actually just turns everyone into slaves. You know what I'm saying? Like, all of a sudden, you need all this stuff, you want all this stuff, you need, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't even go to the grocery store now and get the normal price without having a loyalty program to a bar to scan on your phone. You know, you can't go to Starbucks and get your stars. You know, you're going to pay extra if you don't, whatever. Well, the point is that when you pay for something, you have to work for that money to begin with. Most people have to work for it, right? Which means you're working for all these things that they've invented, which you don't know how it works, and so you call it science. Then somebody writes a paper which you don't fact check at all or do any of your own experiments. You just believe whoever makes a professional enough looking paper, skim over it in NCBI or whatever, and you're like, oh yeah, this sounds very technical, I don't understand any of this, it must be true, right? Meanwhile, it's all just a big ploy to make you think that you need things so that you go to work and make money and continue the cycle of choose your own ambition slavery, when in reality, like, you know, go eat some mushrooms and like hang out on a beach or something somewhere and tell me that, and realize that that's what life was like before all the bullshit and all the technology and all the, you know, let's make everything better and improve everything, right? And tell me what you like better. Tell me what you like better. Going and reading scientific papers and worrying about your health and trying to go to the hospital that's just going to give you a death shot or fucking radiate you or whatever they're going to do, versus chilling on the beach, eating some mushrooms, and if you get sick, pray. Tell me which life is better. You know what I'm saying? Like, we've all been tricked by science, by all this crap that civilization has created, into giving up the best thing of all, to giving up our freedom. And instead, we're just all slaves for this system, and it works so good, and that people will literally believe that because they know, because science has explained 0.1% of the things in our universe, that it somehow outweighs something which we can explain nothing of, but that absolutely yields tremendous results and has not only yielded those results and been proven over and over again, but is literally the source of all that science that they're trying to explain 0.1% to replace the original creator of that. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it, in my eyes, it just, so the earth is flat or is it spherical? I mean, I think it's spherical, but honestly, I don't care what shape it is. Why do I need to care? Unless I'm gonna go in space and look down on it, why do I need to care? I mean, I personally think that it doesn't even exist unless we're looking at it. That's what I think. I think that this is or not even a think, like, I'll tell you straight up, like, this is, I mean, this is as real as it gets for us, but this is still an illusion. Like, God's the original consciousness is the only thing that's real. Everything else is something that's been fabricated. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter what shape the earth is. Like, I care what my general surroundings are. Like, look, around here it's flat. That's all that fucking matters to me. But when I was outside of my body, looking down at the earth and seeing through every person's eyes at the same time, having a very godlike experience, I looked down and seen the spherical earth. And I think that, you know, since we can also look up into the stars and see spherical planets and things, I think it makes most sense that this would be somewhat similar. But the truth is that it doesn't matter at all. It literally matters zero. Like, does a tree fall? If a tree falls in the woods, no one's heard it. Did it ever fall, or was it just always on the ground? You know what I'm saying? Like, was it just fabricated like that? Maybe. Who knows? Like, does it exist if nobody looks at it? Like, have you ever seen the experiment where they're shooting photons through the little slits? And it, you know, makes the, they have some way of recording where each photon's landing, and they behave completely differently if somebody's observing it versus if somebody's not observing it. You know, it's supposed to be like a quantum science experiment. Like, the truth is like, if nobody's looking at it, does it matter? Like, why does it matter? Who cares what shape it is? Does the shape of the earth like make your life better or worse? Do you feel better knowing what shape it is? Like, why does that matter to anybody? It shouldn't. It's just a distraction. It's just part of the slavery matrix. If they know what shape it is, they're also going to be the ones that created the falsehood of the other shape, just to confuse people and to keep people asking and questioning their existence when there's no need to question or ask anything. Just understand, you know, it's all God, all of it, everything, you know, and you're also part of everything. And ultimately you came here to be free, to have realizations about existence, to know what mortality is like, to know what it's like to be limited, because when you're not in this container, you're unlimited. You can do whatever you want anytime. So you never get to have the joy of realizing that you're not going to die after you've been afraid of dying for your whole life. You know, it's the fear of mortality and the fear of being limited that makes it all amazing once you realize that you're actually immortal. And more so is well, I don't know, I guess that's the main point, but there was something else I was going to say, I can't remember. Are calling it superconscious, how does it exist or came to be in the first place then? It's an infinite regression down this path. That's true. But like I said, all any of us can personally do, which is all we need to worry about, is what we can personally do, is to see as high as we can. Okay? Like if whatever the highest thing that you can see is science, then that's God to you. You know what I'm saying? If the highest thing that you can see is the light that gives us knowledge from the superconscious, then that's God to you. If the highest that you can see is the black mass that existed before all other things and just wanted to know where it was in the universe, then that's God to you. That one doesn't have a name, but I don't know if that one had a creator. Perhaps it goes up higher. I suspect that it does go up higher. But again, I don't operate on what might be or whatever. I operate on what I've personally experienced, and that's as high as I've personally seen. Did you ever have mainstream celebrities recognize you or reach out to? Kind of. I guess it really depends on who you consider a celebrity. There's been some really like big time like YouTubers that have contacted me for some strange things, but those are probably like the most famous people that have done anything like that. But I'm not going to name any names. Someone says, is it not plausible or easier to stay that there's no reason or no purpose at all then? Well, you got to ask yourself that. I mean, there's the purpose is the experience. You know, no matter what, you're going to have the experience. And more so is that you're going to have it you're going to have it over and over and over again until you get back to where you started. You know, so ultimately it doesn't really matter. You know, like the people, you know, you're going to eventually come to the same realization that I'm coming to. It's just you might not do it in this body. But it, you know what I'm saying, when you go through it enough times, eventually it'll stick, and then you'll realize, like, oh, okay, this was all about freedom. This was all about being scared and waking up. This is all about, you know, having a different experience when you've already experienced everything. You know, it's kind of like the age-old thing of, like, what do you give somebody that has it all, right? Oh, now I remember that thing. It's the same as, like, good and evil. There would be no good if there wasn't evil to contrast it, right? If you took away what we today consider evil, you'd be left with only what we today consider good. But if everything's not exactly the same, then part of the remaining group will eventually become the new evil. They might not do the same things that the old evil did, or be responsible for the same things that the old evil was responsible for, but the lesser half of that will be responsible for the new things which we consider to be less good than the good things, and therefore that would be evil. You know what I'm saying? Or outright wrong, like it is today. So everything is about contrast. This entire existence, this body, these containers, is like this whole physical universe that we're experiencing is about experiencing the contrast. The contrast of good and evil, the contrast of life and death, the contrast of time. The fact that there's time here and that it's, you know, things have expiration dates. It's a completely, like, if you can take yourself outside of your body for a second and try to imagine an existence or consciousness where there is no time. Like, think about, like, what we would consider 10,000 years. That sounds like a long time to us. If time doesn't exist, 10,000 years is no different than 1 second or a million years. It's all the same because there is no time. You know what I'm saying? Like, anything that we would think of that takes time is instantly possible, or it would never be possible. You know what I'm saying? Ego, super. I don't know what you mean, Sheila, by that. But Second Wind says, I agree with you completely about science. I've worked in neuroscience for 10 years and cancer research for 10 years. The science we receive is the science they want us to receive. Exactly. It's just another religion. It's just another way of making. It's a fucking magic show. Just because this chemical and this chemical react the same way every time doesn't mean that we know everything there is to know about chemicals. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how a lot of people take it. You know, it's easy to whatever, but the other thing is, like, okay, like, she's agreeing with me, she works in neuroscience, but imagine most people, they never fact check a single thing. We don't even have to be talking about science. We could be talking about, like, people's reputations or cancel culture or something. Somebody says shit nowadays and everybody else takes it as church. They take it to church with them. They don't fact check anything. They go, oh yeah, that sounds about right. You know, that's true. Science is like that, but like times 1,000, because they offer some kind of replicable thing for us to see that makes us believe. But you know what I'm saying? That's like the same, you know, it's a trick, you know? The reality is all about, like, we don't really know. I'm not going to go down the conspiracy rabbit hole, but, like, we don't really know, like, when it comes to science, we don't actually know what the real science is. I know for sure they'll never know 1% of everything there is to know. But if we know 0.1% and they know 0.05%, they're 5 times ahead of us. And we don't know shit. You know what I'm saying? Would we know the difference if we knew 0.1 or 0.05? No. We wouldn't know. You know what I'm saying? I said that wrong, but whatever. You know what I mean. Without science, we'd be lost. Everything plays a significant role, a vital role. I disagree. I think if we got rid of all of that, we would be hanging out in nature, enjoying nature. We wouldn't be breathing. We wouldn't be worried about problems like we wouldn't have, animals going extinct from it. We wouldn't have aluminum in our food supply. We wouldn't have lead and arsenic and chromium and mercury and everything. We wouldn't be on this phone right now talking about things that don't matter that much when we could just be outside looking around and seeing God and everything and loving God. But instead I'm at a Starbucks attached to some Wi-Fi thing so that I can talk to you all when I should be talking to you telepathically, but instead we've had our metaphysical balls cut off, and most people have lost those kind of capabilities. And if somebody reaches even a level 2 out of 10 in regaining all of that, we call them a psychic. So I honestly think that science has pretty much destroyed this entire planet. Or not necessarily science in itself, but the people that are, whoever is feeding us the science has destroyed this planet. I'm in California. Does the simulation theory or brain in a vat theory make sense to you, as reality is not real but an illusion and is a harsh but is meaningless for us? I don't think it's meaningless at all, because I think it all stems from a central consciousness, and so that central consciousness is having the experience that every one of us is having. Do you ever stop and think about the idea of like, oh, what if I could retain all my knowledge that I have right now, all my experiences right now, but I could go back and be like 13 again? Even if you didn't take the lottery numbers with you or know what stock pick or the stock picks that were going to blow up, even if you didn't have like little loopholes like that would obviously make you easily rich, and you just had your knowledge of today of experience and wisdom and things that happened in your life, you can go back to be 13. You relive your whole life from puberty, right? Your first job. You could save money if you wanted, whatever. You know what I'm saying? No crazy loopholes, no stocks, no betting, nothing like that. Just standard wisdom. I think we would all agree that we'd probably be very, very successful very easily in life with that, right? So it's not, even if it's an illusion, it's not meaningless at all, because this is how divinity is created. Do you know what I'm saying? To have 1,000 lives and wake up and remember them all side by side. To have had every experience of every human on the planet. Not just the ones that are alive right now, not just the 7 or 8 billion that are alive right now, we're talking like 1 trillion lives. You know what I'm saying? How meaningless is that? Is it meaningless just because our current container is going to expire eventually, and that we'll never know 0.1% of what this all is? No. Because there's been trillions of us, and if every one of the trillions of lives that have ever been on this planet learns 0.0001% of anything that matters, and then aggregated, all that is recombined back into the central consciousness where it originally came from. That's big. Now something knows something. Something knows something. We don't know shit. We never will in this body. But when we go back, But when we go back, we know a lot. And that's what really matters. Now my phone's about to die, so I'm gonna go try to see if my Wi-Fi connection will make it to the car, but if it cuts off, this is gonna be a short stream, so let's see what happens. Come on. I don't know if this is gonna make it to the car charger, you guys. I'm trying. I see there's a lot of chat going on, so I'm hoping that we're not gonna lose it too fast. Oh, you know what? I know what to do. I got a plan. All right, I'm on 5G. Let's see if this works. Tim, come here. Load it up. 1 second, guys. Sorry, I'm here. Go, move. Get on my spot. Move, dude. All right, plug in. Hurry. Don't die. Work. Charger's not working. I don't know. Oh man, it might not be meant to be, you guys. Come on. Okay, got it. Okay, so back to the chat, you guys. Sorry, thank you for streaming, but yeah, to finish answering that question, the simulation theory, brain of vat. I don't know about the brain of vat theory, but like, I'll tell you that when I got my first download, it was mostly about the fact, like a lot of the information was about the fact that this is basically like a simulation, but it's a very important simulation. And the reason is even though everything comes up to the central consciousness, and that central consciousness has, that central consciousness only created one thing. That central consciousness created one thing, and that one thing that it created everything else. Okay? So, how high up you want to go, it's up to you. But the thing is that all the things that were created below that, those are just as conscious as you and me. It's all been partitioned into separate consciousnesses, right? And so in that sense, we will always exist. You know what I'm saying? Even without bodies, are like the part of us that is us, even when it goes back, it's still going to be there, you know, in the same way that it was before, in between lives, right? Now, what that means also is that everybody that you've ever known, every family member, brother that's ever passed, everybody that you'll ever know in the future, all the angels, all the ascended masters, all the gods, all these different entities are all watching. They're going to know everything that you did when you were in this thing. Like, it's all this is the drama of God. Like, we are all interacting and whatever. And so, you know, in the end, you know, you are judged, but you're judged by yourself. Do you know what I'm saying? You're judged by the higher version of yourself, by the wiser version of yourself, by the version of yourself that has lived many, many lives and gets to know everything that is accumulated through all those lives. So, so it doesn't matter. It is a simulation, but it's a very important simulation. You know, like, imagine, like, think about it, what it is. Imagine you go down to the arcade now. We're in the future. And now they have ultimately real simulations, just as real as this, right? You go down there, but you don't get to play by yourself. you're going to play online. You're going to play Sims 24, you know, and you got to play online. You're going to forget everything you've ever known, even who you are, or anything about yourself. But everybody that you know, everybody that's part of your community and everything else, they haven't forgotten anything, and they're watching you, what you do while you don't remember anything. And then when you go back to remembering, you know, you're going to also remember everything, and you're going to have that, you're going to carry that with you, you know. So to me, that makes it important. That makes it important not just for the fact that these experiences are part of the greatest thing that we can feel or know that exists, but even if you want to take it from a very, very human standpoint, you know, I think we all want to be as good as we can be in the eyes of our peers, right? So back to the chat. The Magic says, oh my God, just jumped real quick to say thank you. That breathing technique you shared with us has been my pre-workout, no caffeine at all. Awesome. I'm so happy to hear that. Sheila Mew says, weren't we always warned as children about some of the stuff that's going on in the scientific community right now? Well, yes, we were warned, but it wasn't. The thing is that I think, and again, I don't want to jump down the conspiracy rabbit hole, but I don't think that most people understand that, like, our history has been taken away from us, and that the technology as we see it unfold, they give it to us whenever it's obsolete. Once something becomes obsolete, then they give it to the consumers, and they mass produce it, and they sell it once it can't be used to gain any type of real power. You know, things like the AI images and the AI whatever. You got to realize that your entire, you know, back to the flat earth or rounders thing, it doesn't matter. But the reason why I like flat earthers, not that I think they're right, but because they at least understand the most important part. What's more important than the shape of the earth is knowing that they could fake it. That knowing that every image of the earth, every satellite image, every globe, every map, that it could all be faked easily, because we have never possessed screens that were farther ahead than the deep fake technology. When black and white photos came out and newspapers came out, the technology already existed to perfectly fake those photos. When color photos came out, the technology existed to perfectly fake color photos. When black and white television came out, the technology already had existed to create perfectly, you know what I'm saying? By the time we got 720 or 1080 HD TVs, that's because they released those to us, because they now have the ability to fake 1080 video. Now it's going even faster. Now we're getting up to 8K or whatever, because obviously this AI, which now we can even, now, you know, obviously the other thing too is that there must be some really horrible real images going around, because they would never have allowed us to start using AI deepfake technology and stuff unless they wanted plausible deniability for real videos and real images that were out there. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's always been able to be faked. Maybe some things are real, but the point is that you would never have seen an image. You would never be holding a phone in your hands. You would never have a TV on your wall. You would never have the ability to see anything that couldn't be faked, because they just reset our history over and over and over again. Their technology keeps going forward. We get sent back to the dark ages. They burn all the books, destroy all the history, and then they tell us, when we're just like, you know, we're starving to death, we're just looking for whatever, and they tell you, hey, yeah, this is what happened. these are the bad guys, these were the good guys, this is how we fix it, you guys just got to go to work, you know, blah, blah, blah. Don't worry, science. If you get sick, we got you. We would never want to control your lifespan or dictate how long you could live or anything. Like, everything's all on the up and up. Don't worry about it. And that's the reality. So it doesn't really, you know, whatever. Oh, we got one of those guys. We got a Jesus guy getting angry. So what about people 10,000 years before Jesus existed? Well, the thing is, is that people don't, the Jesus thing, people are like, you know, the religion, they don't understand that they've been gotten. You know what I'm saying? That they've been tricked into, you know, all the gods and different things. There's a lot of different entities. You know, if you ever break the cycle of reincarnation, like, you're going to go back up and be closer to source. You're not going to be here on this physical planet anymore, right? But you essentially will be like a god of, you know what I'm saying? You go back, and your consciousness and who you are is still going to be there, right? And so that's, you know, this process of people doing that and going through thousands of lives to become divine until they don't have to reincarnate anymore. That's how the heavens got populated. That's how most of the, you know, the gods and the angels and the different things, that's how they all became there. And they're all, because those are all those are the personalities of God. You know what I'm saying? But it's what we consider God is the thing that was first created, the only thing that was created. And then that God made everything else, right? So it's just like when you got your, I say this all the time, it's just like the angel and the demon on your shoulders. You know, you got the one little voice just naps, you know, your inner monologue just kind of yaps off in your mind. And then there's something else in there that's you, more like you, that you're like, you know, the thing that tells you, hey, don't flip that person off in traffic, or don't fucking go crazy over this or whatever, you know, that doesn't act on your more basic impulses, right? And that's the same thing that you are to your higher self. And that's the same thing your higher self is to God. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's the more, if you are a positive person, having positive thoughts and positive insight, and you're being whatever, that which is higher than you listens to you and hears you more. If you're being negative and you're a low vibrational person, you're being like, hey, yeah, you know what, whatever, just fucking fuck that guy, he's a fucking asshole, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You get ignored the same way that you try to ignore that little devil in your head so that you can be a better person. But this is happening on like a billion-fold at a time. Do you know what I'm saying? And what about before the Bible, Mitchell? It's just crazy. You're referring to never mind. I'm not even going to go. Honestly, that's the last religion I would ever take. That's the religion of slaves. Just keep turning the other cheek. You know what I'm saying? How's my path of celibacy going? It's going good. It's going good. I mean, sometimes I have my lustful days, but for the most part, I'm more or less getting used to it. You know what I mean? Asher Gray says, there are truly too many distractions in the world to distract us from the truly simple yet blissful things in life. When you realize that you can and can't control stray away from the labels, stereotypes, and other man-made constructions. You'll start living life truly as what it's meant to be. I agree. Honestly, you know, I don't know how many people, like if you ever go camping, you know what I'm saying, on vacation, and you ever think like, ah, fuck, you know, I hope this never ends. I don't want to go to work or whatever. And maybe you're like most people in the West that spent $60 or $80 or $150 a night on a camping spot for your RV, and so your family can have a bathroom. Realize that that's, you know, actually everything that you experience during that doesn't really take a lot of resources, and that you would basically have that experience every day of your life if you weren't, you know, subscribed to the 40-hour work week and the, you know, trying to stay ahead of the newest iPhone so that you can have the highest technology and radar and magnetic waves passing through your body all the time. You know, it's interesting. And what's even crazier is that they not only have they done that, but they've done it with something that's backed by nothing. Literally little pieces of paper. Little pieces of paper. And in some cases, not even little pieces of paper. And a matter of fact, on a large scale, paper money only accounts for like a small little fraction of the actual money in existence. Most of it is literally just numbers on a screen. Just numbers on a screen. And who's checking the numbers? Who's auditing the thing? Who? You? Me? But we're supposed to spend it, and it's supposed to be worth whatever the worth is, which is, well, as we can see, it's worth half as much now than it was a few years ago. But you did the same amount of work. So you see, it's just like it's literal slavery. It's just that slaves work harder and they fight back less when they're in a gilded cage. Or better yet, when they don't know that they're in the cage and they can't see the bars at all. And so that's how that works. She says, even if you don't believe in Jesus, he still waits for you and loves you, and we are all his children. No, I believe in Jesus. I just know factually that that's a lower entity. That's just was the reincarnation of another entity. And sadly, they formed a religion around it, which the religion is not even remotely based upon the teachings of the original teacher, which I do believe Jesus existed and was a great teacher and a great prophet. But ultimately, there are living masters alive today that are just as connected as Jesus was, and you can go talk to them in person and get answers directly from them and interact with them. You can see them and you can feel the light, and you don't have to go through a third party or fourth, fifth, sixth part. I don't know, who knows how many parties the Bible is. If you want to talk about the King James Bible, there's like nothing of the original in there. It's just something that was created by the people who killed Jesus. They translated it in their own completely way to make the slave class easier to control. You know, so it's a religion for slaves is what that is. Not to say that Jesus wasn't a great teacher that existed. I believe that he probably was, but I just think that it makes no sense to read something that's wasn't written by Jesus, but written supposedly by Matthew and Peter and whoever else, the people that wrote the Bible, and then was translated by somebody else who had nothing to do with that into Greek, who was then translated by someone else who had nothing to do with that into English, which was overseen by a king that didn't allow religious freedom. And then now here we are in 2023, and we got people coming into my chat room on my iPhone telling me that Jesus is king. Like, I'm good. That's the world's biggest game of telephone. And there are people right now walking the planet that are just as enlightened as Jesus. And I don't need the Bible to tell me anything. I don't even need those people who are connected to tell me anything, because I can get my answers directly by just purifying myself and opening myself to God, and God will give me the information directly. No Jesus required. No, I'm not a Christian. Of all the religions on the entire planet, the last religion I would ever take would be Christianity. Okay, like, there's good things in every religion, and there's parts of every religion that I would take. And from Christianity, the parts that I would take are the 7 deadly sins and the 7 godly virtues. If you can live by those 2 things, if you can avoid the 7 deadly sins and you can live by the 7 godly virtues, you will find God. You don't need anything else. You don't ever even have to read the Bible. You don't have to take Jesus as your savior. You don't have to do none of that. If you just avoid the 7 deadly sins and you embrace and embody the 7 godly virtues, you will figure all this out yourself. You'll never have to hear from me. You'll never have to talk to me. You'll never have to read any religious text. You don't even have to know how to read. If you can just literally avoid the 7 deadly sins and embrace the 7 godly virtues, you're gonna spiritually expand beyond your wildest dreams in ways that I could explain to you all day long, and it will fall short. But it, hands down, the first time, if you do those things, something will happen in your life that will be so fucking profound, so amazing, and so beyond description that there will be 0 doubt ever in your mind again as to the existence of God, if said doubt currently exists. You know? But I can go on. There's other religions have good things too. If if you're a Muslim and you pray every day, and you know the way that they pray 5 times a day, and you never miss, and you do the Ramadan and you're fasting, and just those couple things, just praying 5 times a day with your head inverted, your forehead to the ground, and your sacrum at a higher elevation so that your cerebral spinal fluid is tilted towards the ground, and you do that 5 times a day, praying it, and you for a month every year, you will also probably have the same results. Buddhism, if you release yourself from, I think it's called like the 10 fetters or something like that. There's 10 rules or whatever, 10 things that slow you down spiritually. If you can defeat all 10 fetters, Buddhist, boom, same thing. You're gonna have that experience. Or you're gonna have an experience. Something you'll make it. I mean, I've had a ton of like with my introduction. I tried a couple of I wouldn't even know where to start with Hinduism. For me, it's been extremely effective. Like to me, they've preserved their history, the actual history that goes on beyond our Earth-based time and goes into multiple, the existence of multiple universes. I think of anything that I personally read, the Hindu have preserved their history the most, and they seem to have the most techniques that yield some kind of effect, in my experience. But if I was going to take any religion or consider myself to be of a religion, which I don't because I go directly to God for everything, I would consider myself a Taoist because my path is the no path path. You know, all I ever did to get to where I was going is a couple things, and it came naturally. First off, I questioned everything and I believed nothing. At some point, I became completely open and aware to the fact that there's like a lot which I probably don't like that I don't understand anything. You know what I'm saying? That anything might be possible, but also nothing might be possible. And I always lived for this story, you know, and what I realized now, which I think that I always knew, but I didn't really know it in the same context or words that I'm about to say it is that the way I think of it now is that I am the curator. I am a curator for an experience of God. My life is no longer my own. My wants are no longer important. What matters to me above all things, and with no close second, is the experience of God. And I know that that experience is happening through me, through my body, that everything is being recorded. Everything I feel, everything I hear, everything I think, everything I touch, every sensation I have, everything. It's all being recorded, right? But I know that the same thing is also true of you and everybody else around me. So I'm curating my experience on multiple levels. I'm curating, and when I say my, I mean God's. I mean, I'm curating God's experience on multiple levels. I'm curating it through myself, and I'm also curating it through other people. So I mind my thoughts. I'm trying to purify and clean my body as well as not, because keep in mind, our physical containers, our bodies, is something that God also conceived, which means the ways that it works, the science behind it all, is also a conception of God. God's what came up with that, right? And so you need to treat your body as gently as possible. Realize that when you're handling yourself, you're handling your physical self, you're handling a body part of God, you know? So, you know, people talk about hair and this, that, and the other. So they're like, okay, whatever. It's, well, all right, cut your hair if you think that that's what God wants. But why is the hair growing from your head to begin with? If God wanted it to be cut short, you know what I'm saying? That's the question you got to ask yourselves. And that's not even going into the whole science behind what hair might actually be and what it might actually do, and that it might actually have a function, which I'm positive that it does. It's not just some aesthetic thing what people have lost the appeal for, and now they cut it off. Do you know what I'm saying? It probably has a function, and almost definitely has a function, you know, but it's it just is, you know what I'm saying? It is a, let me see, back to the chat. I think you could get in the watch hours fast by making a video about India or Turkey. I've never been to India or Turkey, to be honest, but it is going pretty quick. Like, this has actually been like this is probably like a record-breaking stream. We had 35 people in here earlier, which is, I think, the all-time. By that logic, how can you assume we'll never know more than 1%? Because I know that I'm massively overestimating when I'm just using 1% as a round number placeholder. In fact, it's probably it's everything that can be known is infinite, right? And everything that is known is finite. We can all agree on that, whether you believe in, no matter what religion you are, no matter what science you believe in, whether you're a doctor, a lawyer, whatever, it doesn't fucking matter. You're fucking, you know, you could be the Sultan. It does, you know, we can all agree that what there is to be known is infinite, And what is currently known, no matter how much we personally know versus the person that knows the very most of all people in the entire universe, even in AI, computer, whatever, we know that that's finite. Everything that is known, there's a finite amount, no matter how much it is. It could be fucking massive. It's still finite. So whenever you compare something that is finite to something that is infinite, the thing that is finite, no matter how big it is, even if it's the size of the universe, if it's finite, it's fucking microscopic. It's nothing. It's nothing compared to the infinite. We don't need to know percents, fractions, weights, volumes. We don't need to know nothing. We just know infinite versus finite. Infinite versus finite. Finite is fucking nothing. That's all we need to know. So there's the whole 1%, whatever. It's just a figment of speech, because unfortunately, I can't talk to you in pure thought the way that God would talk to you. I'm in this body and I got to talk to you with words through a phone and all this other stuff. I would like to someday be able to send pure thought. I think it could be possible, but I'm not there yet. But what I can do very easily is describe the difference between finite and infinite. And infinite is really the hard part. Finite's easy to describe. Infinite is something that most people can't grasp their mind around. They just can't. And that's because that's the human experience. We came here to be finite. We came here to be limited. We came here to understand what it is like to be limited. We came here to empathize with something that is limited in case we ever come in encounter with such thing, or in case such thing actually does exist somewhere in the universe outside of ourselves. It might be a concept that only exists here within us. We don't really know that because we're finite. But what we do know is that finite versus infinite is the biggest difference that could possibly be, no matter how big the finite is, because infinite is infinite. It is unending. Among the countries you have been to, what do you like the most? You know, I like a lot of different countries. There's different things about every country. Like countries, you know, there's so many different things. There's different things that are good, and there's different things that are bad in all of them. I can't really say, but I will say that the happiest that I've ever been in one place, like in a place, was in Budapest, but that was partially circumstantial, because the whole reason why I was in Budapest was to work in the adult industry, and I was quite impressed by multiple aspects of that I was in such a large city that was so well maintained, that felt very safe, that had so many attractive women, that I could make so much money in, that my currency that I earned in was so much stronger than the local currency, that you know, located. Was just so many things, you know. I'm a completely different person now, so I don't know if I would see it the same way. But I've also, you know, I've had that experience multiple times. I lived there. I have accrued like a year and a half there, so, you know, I'm less likely to go and revisit the same thing again until I've seen like the rest of the world. So that's why I'm kind of more geared towards Asia right now, because I've never been to Asia. And also, the reason why I never went to Asia before is because I always felt pressured to work. And so I only went places where I could, you know, do what I do. And in most of Asia, what I used to do was illegal there. So I never got to go. So now that I'm not doing that anymore, I'm looking forward to seeing the parts of the world that didn't fit into my life previously, and I'm hoping whatever, Hesse Ivy's out on the telepathic telepathically. Well, people are, I mean, there's people out there doing it. You know, there's Taoist masters that have never talked to their disciples. They actually have relearned how to do that. So it's all about, you know, your frequency or where you're at and how far the hood is over your head. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason why the Christians went and killed all the pagans and went on the Crusades and all that a long time ago. And the reason why was because everything that is supposed to be a normal human ability was something that they wanted to get rid of so that people would be more pliable slaves. Because the first thing that you do if you want to enslave people, one of the first things is going to be you control their methods of communication. As soon as you can stop people from communicating in secret, they become extremely easy to control because they can never fight back. You know, so the government essentially has a monopoly on communication and violence. There's no way for you to communicate without being surveilled, and you know, they will punish you for any violent act, but yet their first tool. But yeah, without communication. So yeah, the biggest, I mean, honestly, if humans regain the ability to speak telepathically, we would be completely freed from the major, like there would be all the constructs that bind us as slaves would pretty much immediately dissipate, because the people would regain control real quick. But you know, for the same reason why our friend left, and that was a little bit too much for them. It's probably unlikely to happen on that level unless there's some truth to this mass awakening from whatever solar radiation is going on and stuff, which I have no proof or opinion on, other than the fact that I really hope that that's what's happening, because there would be no greater gift in the world that could happen to us than a solar flare that could come and just destroy every computer on the planet, permanently destroy the power grid, wipe all the data, all the hard drives, everything, and then wakened up our psychic abilities at the same time. That would be like my ideal situation. If I was going to pray for anything, I would pray for that. I would love for that to end up being true. And people are saying it's happening. I mean, not a day goes by that I don't see something on Twitter or Instagram or whatever about solar flares going off like crazy. So I don't know if there's any reality to that or not, but that's my deepest hope, is that a solar flare will just factory reset this planet and let everyone start communicating in a way that can't be tampered with. Because the truth is, you know, as soon as you have something with, you know, as soon as a species that would operate on telepathy is a species that's unable to lie. Because you can't lie telepathically. You know what I'm saying? So it's an interesting thought. It's not anything to bank on, but it's definitely something worth thinking about if you think that things like way less amusing or worth thinking about, which basically everybody does. The dog is currently off the menu right now. How often do I shower nowadays? Pretty much like every day, unless I'm like, well, pretty much every day, yeah. I mean, sometimes I guess I skip a day here and there. I don't always wash my hair though, because if you know, sometimes I have like a portable shower that I use that only carries 5 liters at a time, and I can easily do a full shower on my body with 5 liters, but I need at least 5 liters just for my hair. So sometimes I gotta skip the hair, you know. What's up, Melanie? Welcome, welcome. Lucy Young, hi. Rupam, welcome. Anthony, Privet. Great advice. A religion for sinners. I believe in everything. I'm not trying to argue. Well, that's good. There's no right or wrong answer. I feel bad for the people that are really heavily subscribed to the Christian faith, because it's another one of those big tricks. Like, don't do anything. Just keep taking it, keep being a good slave, and just wait for Jesus. Don't do nothing. The Messiah is coming, and the Messiah may very well come. I believe very strongly, like, magic is real. Ceremonial magic, people do this shit. It's not because it doesn't work. Okay? The Bible itself, the one thing that maybe the people that are using it to control the masses don't realize, is that they're setting up of the most powerful and destructive magic that ever could be done, because they've convinced billion something people to be participating in this ritual where they're invoking a Messiah that will bring, that's birth or existence will cause Armageddon or the apocalypse. So it's literally like the darkest magic ever, because they are invoking the rebirth of this spirit that will end the world. So I'm not really a big, you know, I don't see any good in that myself. But that could just be me looking at it from where I'm looking. I don't know. I read the Bible twice when I was in prison. It was a long time ago. I didn't retain that much because it was one of the most grueling things that I ever did. But I do remember, maybe I don't remember a lot of scriptures, but I do remember the way it made me feel, and there was nothing good about it. I don't remember ever feeling a positive thing from the Bible when I read it twice. You know, I never remember being like, oh yes, this will save me. This is the truth. This is all I ever remembered thinking was, wow, like, this is a very, very deep, deep, deep deception and very manipulative. That's what I felt. You know what I'm saying? Now, I don't talk bad on anyone. Look, if it somehow delivers and you get an answer from God at some point, good for you. I want that for you, and I don't care how you got that. If you did that by turning the other cheek, that's great. If you did that by waiting for Jesus, that's great. But I've not met a lot of people where that was the case, you know. And like I said, if you want to skip the grueling read and take it from me of the part that is most important and will most likely put you in touch with God and most likely actually deliver your immortality, which is what the Bible's promising you, it's the 7 deadly sins and the 7 godly virtues. The rest of it is whatever. But that matters. 7 deadly sins, that will shut you down. 7 godly virtues, that's going to bring you up. That's the important part. Mariah says, they made Christianity such a crazy and huge organized religion. It makes me wish I could just talk with Jesus himself, know what he actually taught and what he actually was like. You and me both, Marie. I guarantee you that what he taught was something a lot more like yoga than whatever they're putting in the Bible. I pretty much guarantee it. And I'm thinking that there's also probably a lot of things that he taught which they've taken out, you know, and in fact, I think that you would be better served by reading every single thing. And there's dozens. Keep in mind, there's dozens of books that have been removed from the King James Bible. You would learn more and be closer to God by reading every single thing that was ever taken out of the Bible than everything that they left in the King James Version. Everything that they took out was everything that would help you. They took out was everything that would help you, and everything they left in was everything that would help you be a better slave. And you're welcome, Daniel. I'm glad that you made it through your deployment. I'm doing good, Suman. Nana, how are you doing? Welcome. Sheila Muse says, giving up wants and desires is so difficult. It's a complete transformation of self. Finding the motivation when you feel weak or tempted is what helps. Yeah, totally. Absolutely. Beating those things is the hardest part for me too. But I'll tell you that every major spiritual experience I've had and every major upgrade that I've had through that has been directly correlated with times when I managed to be stronger than those desires for at least some period of time. And ever since I started getting rid of everything, cutting everything out of my life and trying to simplify my life as much as possible, ever since that I've rejected society and everything that they tell me that is important, it's gone faster and faster and faster ever since that moment. I'll tell you what, you guys share these streams, share the playlist, and I will happily stream something more like daily. I got to get past this. We need about 300 more hours on here, and then I might just kick it into overdrive. I've been trying to come up with some ideas. I'm happy to stream with you guys because when you ask questions, it sometimes helps me think of things that I am missing. You know, like I said, like when that's the interesting thing about the downloads is and the intuition is that you get it, you get the file, but you still got to run a search. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not like it's too much to be like right in the front of your consciousness all the time. Sumitala says, watch the video yesterday. That's beautiful. Susan Laura said, how did your family react when you first got into the adult film industry? Well, when I told my mom, she just sighed. She said, I'll do the impression. This is good. Right now, I'm going to be my mom right after I just told her. I said, well, I'm going to play both parts about it. I said, Mom, I got to tell you something. She said, what? You doing porn or something? That's what she said. Because it was sometime right after Christmas. I had done really big time Christmas shopping. So it was like obvious that something was up. And I said, yeah. She just was quiet for a second. We stopped at the red light and she just sighed. She said, well, it'd be different if it was your sister. And then we just drove home in silence. So take it however you want to take it. But that reminds me of a quote that I seen recently that I resonated with, and I found truth in it. And that just, and I know that a lot of people are into the feminism and equality and all that, but I'm not one of those people. I believe in balance more than equality. I think balance is the important thing, not symmetry, right? Because symmetrical things are not always balanced. It's the balance that matters. And the quote that I seen recently, which I thought was very profound, was that men are born in the valleys and they're judged about how high they can climb, whereas women are born on the mountaintops and they're judged by how far that they fall. And I thought that I found quite a bit of truth in that. And as much as it's not symmetrical or equal, it's balanced. It's balanced, and it's, in my eyes, true. So, just some food for thought. Another person that thought it that way. Magic says, wow, I'm impressed with the polarity and excited for the ripple effects. She's saucy servicer. I know I went a little I know I shouldn't have bit, You can't see him because I blocked him out, but there's this dude has been going insane in the chat on the Jesus thing. So I bit on the bait, and I took the bait, and now I guess I'm gonna have to deal with the ripples in here back from the zealots. But ultimately, I'm not against anyone's path that if it leads them there. That's all I can say. I don't really care how they got there if they did it without hurting anybody. So I wish them the best, and I hope that they get what they're after. I hope that Jesus comes and saves them. But personally, I'm not waiting for Jesus. Jesus isn't my savior. I'm my savior. God's my savior. Freedom is my savior. I don't need a book to tell me how to be a moral person. I don't need a book to tell me how to have virtue. I don't need anybody for that. I don't need nothing. I don't need laws. I don't need a penal code. I don't need a mother or father for that. I 100% came out of the womb, and I feel that I know right and wrong from the start, and whether or not which side of that I embraced at different times in my life might be a different story. Maybe there was times when I embraced the bad, but the reality is that I always knew right from wrong. I always knew virtue, and I didn't need anybody to tell me that. And that's how that's how that's why we come here. We come here to learn that. We come here to know that. And that's the thing that I learned through however many thousands of other lives that I went through. And it's just only that we just happen to be here today talking to me during my final life, and so I'm talking about it. But anytime that you deify somebody, something, you're essentially like going against the Bible anyways, right? The Bible doesn't make it's a self-contradiction. It's very stereotypical because it will tell you not to worship idols, but at the same token, the New Testament is based upon idol worship. So it just doesn't make any sense to me. To me, the religion is virtue. Like, there's no other religion, you know, and you can't claim, can't. I cast down anyone that claims that they're a good person if they need an instruction manual on how to be virtuous. If they need a set of rules and commandments on how to be virtuous and they don't just understand that innately as themselves, I don't see how you can claim to be a good person. You just can claim to be a good instruction follower or rule. You're good at following the rules. You're good at doing what you're told. You know what I'm saying? What I respect is the person that doesn't do what they told and still manages to be good. The person that rejects everything because they're good. They reject everything because they're confident in their own virtue and their own morals and their own moral code. That's what I respect. I don't being able to follow instructions or the rule book, like, out of what? What's your motivation? Do you want to be rewarded or do you not want to be punished? Which one is your motivation for following the rule book is what I would ask. I would say, why do you follow the rules? Why do you do what God says? Because you don't want to go to hell? Or is it because you want to be immortal and eternal? Which one is it? Are you doing it for the reward? Or are you doing it to avoid the punishment? Is what I would ask them. But aren't both those things wrong? Aren't both those things selfish? Aren't both those things a form of greed? Isn't one a form of fear and the other a form of lust? Why would that be commendable? That you would let your virtues or your morals be influenced by a reward or a punishment? A virtuous man, a moral man, cares for neither. A virtuous man, a moral man, cares about right and wrong. Doesn't care about punishments, doesn't care about rewards. He can't be bought. He can't be threatened. Virtuous or moral man is immune to all those things. So why are we talking about hell? Why are we talking about heaven? Why? Does it matter? Does it change how you act? Are you going to act differently? Would you be a worse person if it wasn't for one of those things? How can you claim to be moral then? How can you claim to be a man of God then? You can't. So that's why, for me, hey, if you have a totem, maybe the Bible's your totem, maybe the Quran's your totem, maybe the Bhagavad Gita's your totem, you know what I'm saying? Maybe weed is your totem or mushrooms your totem, whatever your thing is. If there's something that inspires you so much that you become receptive, actually receptive to the actual source, that's completely different. And I fucking support that. I don't care if it's a rock. I don't care if it's a stick, you know? I don't care what it is. Like, I mean, I have a little thing. Look, this is the thing. Like, when I fucking woke up to my higher consciousness and I was grasping the beach, crying my love to Shakti, you know, when I woke up, I had this stick in my hand. So I take it with me everywhere, right? I don't do anything with it. I just like to look at it because it reminds me of something beautiful that was attached to my faith. And if you have something beautiful attached to your faith and that happens to be a Bible or some other religious text, that's great and that's beautiful and that's good. And I'm so fucking happy that you have that. But if you don't know right from wrong, good from bad, or what virtue is, and that you're just following a rule book of instructions for how to act because you don't want to be punished or that you want to be rewarded, then you are not a moral or virtuous person. All right? That's all I got to say about that. And I'm off the religion thing. So I'm back to the chat. Let's see. Hopefully, how do I maintain my long hair? By doing absolutely nothing to it. I wash it with bar soap. I don't use shampoo or conditioner. I don't let any chemicals touch it. I go in the ocean every day. That's how I do it. So you think the media and telecommunications is causing interference, rendering humans unable to use telepathy? Basically, yes. I mean, I don't know exactly how they've done it. I don't know if it's, you know, something that a frequency that they're putting out with the satellites, cell towers. I don't know if it's something that they've done with vaccinations or something they put in the food, some kind of pesticide, something they're spraying in the fucking air with their geoengineering bullshit or whatever. I don't know how they've done it, or that maybe there's just some kind of technique which they've destroyed the knowledge attached to it and the how-to part of it. You know, it could just be that. It could be literally like, why did people used to live 400 years and now we live 80 or 90? Is it because whatever the reason is, blah, 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 or is it because like we lost some part of our knowledge? We fucking lost something that we were supposed to be eating, some plant that was an essential part of our thing, you know? Maybe we were like panda bears, you know what I'm saying? In some sense, like, oh, pandas only eat bamboo. If they didn't have bamboo, all the pandas would die. Okay, well, maybe there's something like that for us that's supposed to be in our diet so that our brain works properly, but somebody else fucking destroyed all of that. You know what I'm saying? Or just destroyed the knowledge of it, and maybe we're just looking at it every day, and instead of munching down on it and talking to everyone through our mind, we're just using it as a fucking whatever. Meanwhile, you know, the top whatever 1% of people that know they're running the world just can walk around and it's everywhere, and they know what's up, so they snag a couple leaves and chew on it and they talk to each other through their minds. Just a fictional thought, like a thought project there to like think about what it could be like, but it could be anything. It could be so many different things. But truly, I think that like I completely believe that it's possible and that some people are able to do it. Like, I think that even we as people do it accidentally sometimes and don't really realize that we're doing it. Like, I know that 90% of people, maybe, I don't know about 90, but something like that, the vast majority of people have had the experience, and I don't just mean with like your closest other that you talk to 5 times a week, but we have all thought of somebody that we haven't talked to in a while and been like, oh, you know what? I haven't talked to so-and-so in months, blah, blah, blah. And then boom, at that exact moment, I don't mean 5 minutes later, 10 minutes later, I mean at that exact moment, that person calls you. Has nobody here had that happen? It's happened to me a dozen times. It happens all the time. That's telepathy. But telepathy, the thing is that when you communicate through thought, you don't communicate using your language. Do you know what I'm saying? You communicate in the way that you should be thinking. You communicate in the way that you would think if you like did sadhana long enough. If you were like went and, you know, took a vow of silence and like didn't talk for years or didn't hear words and didn't read words, eventually your inner monologue and everything going on in your head would stop speaking your language. You would, you know what I'm saying? Like, I speak English. Eventually, if I was quiet long enough and didn't hear English for long enough, didn't read English long enough, I would stop thinking in English. And if that wasn't replaced with another language that I would start thinking in that language, then what? Then I'm thinking in pure thought. Then I'm thinking in images and emotions and impulses and things, right? Which is a more pure form of thought. To break down things that can be pure into words, which are linear, is the most retarded thing ever. That was like going from keyboards to thumbs with our typing. Like, our thought processes have been dumbed down so dramatically just by language. By the fact that language dominates everything around us, that you have to walk around. You don't realize that you read everything that you see in your language. Even if you don't do it on purpose, you pass by and you see a sign. It doesn't just look like gibberish to you if you speak that language. You automatically comprehend what that says. So you've already used up like a whole bunch of your cognitive functions without even thinking of it. You have a limited amount of functions that your brain is going to perform at any given time. So a big part of a lot of stuff is just that we've lost our ability to think clearly because we're distracted by everything. We're distracted by our phone. We're distracted by, our interactions with other people. We're distracted by the signs everywhere, by the advertisements, by the music. It's constant barrage of distractions. How are you supposed to fucking hear what somebody is saying to you in pure thought in your mind when you just hear fucking singing a song, got a song stuck in my head, never fucking shuts up? How are you supposed to hear anything that doesn't even have words or sound? How are you gonna do it? Of course you can't be telepathic. You're fucking singing a song in your head right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? But we've all had experiences that whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like the way that like a mother knows when their children are in danger, even if they're thousands of miles away. It's instant. It's not even, you don't even have to be like within range. You can, there's a field. We're all connected to it through the earth. There's multiple fields. There's an electromagnetic field, and there's some other type of, there's a magnetic field and an electric field, you know what I'm saying? Like, and we're all within this whole thing the whole time. Now, which one do you use to communicate? I don't know, but it will work everywhere because we're all inside the field, you know what I'm saying? How's my day going so far? It's pretty good. Why did I go to prison? I went to a party, got into a fight with a guy. The guy left, went and rounded up all of his homeboys, came back with a couple carfuls of people, jumped me. I had a pocket knife, and I ended up stabbing 2 guys in self-defense after I got hit with a bottle of Captain Morgan's and was getting stomped on by, like, I don't know, 8 people made testimony against me. I don't actually know how many people were attacking me, though. Is it hot outside where I am? No, it's really nice here. It's like a beautiful day. I'm on the coast, so I've been avoiding the inland. So we're going through a bit of a heat wave in Southern California. Asher Gray says, have you ever come across someone in your life that it seems like you and that person have possibly interacted prior and can't quite remember where, how from, and that same person feels the exact same way? Oh yeah, all the time. And the thing is, not, it's hard to grasp, but I kind of said it earlier, consciousness is in layers. You know what I'm saying? It's like a consciousness with more consciousnesses, and those consciousnesses have consciousnesses. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's layers of ego, right? But if you go up high enough, it's one. So we're all connected and we're all together in that. But the farther you go down, the more spread out it is. So your soul will recognize other souls that's interacted with in the past. But there's also, like, of those souls have spirits. So one spirit has multiple souls, right? And so you just got to ask yourself, yeah, you probably do know each other from somewhere along the way. Maybe it was actually in life, but maybe it was in a different life. Because but it also could even be more than that. It could be not necessarily in a different life, but it could literally be that you have the same spirit. Even though that you're different souls, one, the soul is one, the soul one, you know what I'm saying? But those souls could be multiple souls could be part of the same spirit. So a different way to thinking of that is like archetypes. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of different, I'm not saying that that's why, but there's a lot of explanations for why you feel familiarity with different people. You know what I'm saying? You'll feel familiarity with people that are like you, and that could mean more likely that you come from the same spirit or two spirits that were close to each other. Or you could be completely different people, but you feel like you just have some kind of connection, like you've known each other, you know, and you'll feel that, and that would be more like a soul connection versus a spirit connection. But if you go up high enough, we all get to the same place. And that's I think an important part to understand, is that there's so many degrees of separation, but ultimately there's no separation at all. Zana. That is a mom reaction, haha. It's like moms really know what's going on before you tell them sometimes. For sure, because, you know, that's the original telepathy, you know. Meanwhile, there's other people that, you know, they couldn't wait to hear that explanation for it. This already got too woo-woo when we mentioned telepathy the first time, but at the same token, that person, whoever said that, probably experienced the things that we were just talking about now. But that's also another layer of lesson of that a lot of us fall for. And part of the trap is, like, you know, you never have the whole story. You know, you never see the big picture. And even though I can't at this exact moment see everything simultaneously, whatever, I was at least blessed with an experience where I got to see what that was like. I got to see what it was like to see through everybody's eyes and experience everyone's experiences simultaneously. And as profound, and that never goes away. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll always remember the experience, even if I don't have access to everyone's eyes at this moment, you know. But that being said, what to me I felt was one of the most important parts of that experience to me was not necessarily just having the experience and seeing through everyone's eyes. And, you know, yes, I have empathy on a level that I never thought possible since then. But the other part, the part that really, really stands out to me even more than that, is how easy it was that I didn't feel strained by it at all. Like, I seen through every person's eyes, heard every person's thoughts, felt every person's emotions all simultaneously. And it was just as easy at that moment, when I had access to infinite potential, as it was for me to think about anything that I would normally think about in my you know, normal dualistic mind. So, you know what I'm saying? That was the important part to me, not necessarily to see everything and whatever, but to know that it's not even hard. To know that for God, it's 100% recorded, 100% being experienced, and nothing is left out, and it's not even a fraction of the bandwidth there. And it's probably happening on such a scale that is way beyond our planet. You know, I called it initially, when it first happened, I made the mistake of calling it universal love. You know what I'm saying? that was the underlying emotion. It was this this feeling of unconditional love that came with it. Was the most ecstatic part of it. It was the part that felt like I took 30 mollies at once and was just like my heart was expanding into the universe, right? And I was looking down at the earth like the earth was a little small. But I thought about this more and more and more since then, and I realized that that wasn't a universal thing. If I was experiencing something on a universal level, I wouldn't even be able to see the earth. The earth would have been fucking a fleck, right? So like what I experienced was something lower than universal. I experienced some degree of like cosmic love, you know, of a galactic love. You know what I'm saying? Like I got to experience the love of our galaxy. But I think, I'm not positive, but I suspect that in the future, I'm hoping that, and I believe that it will, that one of the next levels, which I've not yet attained yet, will be the universal level. And I can't even imagine. I'm not even going to try to imagine. Because every experience that I've had that has showed me a little bit more and a little bit more has been so many multitudes above the one before it, in not necessarily in experience, but in magnitude of what was learned by the experience. That to get to from the cosmic level or the galactic level to the universal level, there probably is some steps in between as well. Like I can't even imagine it on a universal level. And whether or not it passes outside of our universe, I don't know. But when I had the original like Big Bang moment of creation experience, I also realized at that moment that that there's more than one universe and that many universes were created. So I don't know how big this gets. I don't know if it goes, I suspect it probably goes not only in just the experiences, but just as like, the layers of consciousness. I suspect it goes higher. I suspect that the highest, which I've seen, may have a creator. I don't know. I really don't know. I just know what that felt like at the absolute moment of consciousness when that consciousness came alive or became awake. I do know that part. And I know that gave birth to everything else that we can fathom. Whatever is beyond that is beyond my fathomability. But I've been asked in the past, people have said, what's greater than God? Is there what created God? And I used to always answer, everything goes into three categories: what is known, what is unknown, and what is unknowable. And I used to always tell everyone that is unknowable. I no longer believe that. It could be unknowable, but there are things I now know and have experienced which I put into the unknowable category before. And so since I have now had to take something that I had in the unknowable category and take it out of the unknowable category, it is the same thing of why I almost quit streaming and everything, is because I don't know anything now. Once something that you thought was unknowable becomes unknown or becomes known, as much as you now know more than you did before, any logical or intellectual person should derive from that the same thing that I did, and that's the fact that you don't know anything and that you never will know it all. You know what I'm saying? You'll know more and you'll know more and you'll know more, but there's always more. There's always so much more that you can never know it all until, or at least not from this container. Once you shake this container and go back to source, or even if you're in this container and you merge with the source, I don't know if you can stay connected all the time, But at the moments when I was, going through these things where I was completely immersed in it, I did share in some degree of that knowing. But I don't know. I just know that it's so unlimited. I'm not even going to try to put a fraction or a percent or a number on whatever that I know. Even if it's 1,000 times more than other people, not saying that it is, but even if it was 1,000 times more than other people, I would know still that I know nothing. And that's literally what I was saying earlier about science. It's the same thing. Oh, you're a doctor, you're a neuroscientist, you're a brain surgeon, you're a rocket scientist, whatever. Don't know it all. You're never going to. And if you even wanted to try to know it all, you'd need a computer, AI, and that wouldn't be you knowing. You wouldn't ever be able to fact check that. You'd have to use another computer to fact check it. It's already passed so beyond your consciousness that what's the point? Why do you need to know? Are you somehow going to perform something greater than what God could do for you with zero effort? Body, everything was wrecked before all this stuff happened. Boom. A light goes off, go to sleep, 30 hours, wake up 10 years younger. Every health problem that I had, gone instantly. How is that possible? Science? No, God. God did that. How did he do it? Doesn't matter. Don't know. It didn't happen because I thought that I knew. It happened because I thought I didn't know. It happened because I knew that I knew nothing. It happened because I knew that everything was fucking fake in this world. It happened because I knew that nothing that they were telling us was true. It's the not knowing is the real knowing. The only way to know the only thing that you need to know is that you know nothing, and then you know everything that you need to know. If you know that you know nothing, you know everything that you need to know. Nothing else that we're talking about matters. No advice that I can give you matters. Nothing you can get from a book, any book in the world matters. Nothing you can get from the internet matters. None of it matters. The only thing you need to know is that you know nothing in the grand scheme of it all. You know absolutely fucking nothing. And if you can just digest that one thing, you're so fucking far ahead of everyone else. I don't care if you can't read. I don't care if you can't read. If you know that you know nothing and you can't read a fucking word, you are 10,000 leagues beyond everyone that they consider a knowing person on this planet that thinks that they know something. All the Dr. Phils and whatever else out in the world, even if you can't read, you are eons ahead of them, simply by embracing the fact that you know nothing. And you know more than all of them by knowing that. Because that's like the one real truth. Everything else it just doesn't matter. Like, what I'm saying? Like, the only thing that you, and if you do, say you're a really intellectual person, you want to know more. Maybe you're really into science and it brings you a lot of joy to study things. Well, then turn that on to the only thing that matters. Stop studying a bunch of random shit that you're never going to fully understand. Start studying yourself. Who the fuck are you? How does your body work? What do you believe? What's going on around you? What are you feeling right now? What are you capable of? Is it just going to fucking work and studying and learning shit from other people? Why are you learning shit from other people? What did you come up with that was new? Did you come up with anything, or you're just fucking going to fucking consume a bunch of work that other people did? What are you contributing? The only thing that you can do is you. Do you. Do you. Be the best you. Be the best you could possibly be. Know everything there is about you. Okay? That doesn't mean like knowing like what your blood is made of and all that stuff. Like, do you know like You don't even know what food makes you feel good or makes you feel bad because you eat 10 different things every fucking day. Every fucking meal has 30 ingredients in it. You don't even know how anything is fucking affecting you. You want to be a scientist? Be your own experiment. Be your own test subject. Like, figure you out, you personally. What works for you? What makes your mind straight? What makes you operate at your highest potential? What are you capable of? Do you possess telepathic powers? Are you psychic? Are you, clairvoyant? Are, what I'm saying? Like, unless you've tried to like bring that out in yourself, how can you say it's not possible or doesn't matter? Other people are telling you they and they can. You can't do it, so you say it's impossible. Whose bad is that? Is it the person that's doing it, or is it you who knows everything about science and is so smart that you can say that that's not possible, even though this other person's experienced it, they've done it, they're doing it right now, they don't know how they're doing it, but they're still doing it, but you can't do it. You know so much about it, you're so scientific, you still can't do it, that you're saying that it's impossible, it can't be done. Think about that. Who's the fucking smarty in the room? The person that knows nothing and can do it? Or the person that knows everything and doesn't believe it because they can't do it? Think about that. Welcome, Eunice. Please, yeah, you guys are on top of it. You're welcome, Maya. Much love. Sex Magic says, expansion, creation, elevation, 369. It's normal to trigger a square mind or limited believers. Pure admiration for you here, knowing perceptible frequency. Thank you. You are welcome. I'm happy to have you here. I'm always enjoy your input as well. Max says, do you have any advice for a guy who has been celibate for the first 26 years of his life? Well, I guess it depends on how old you are now. And when you say celibate, do you mean, are you abstaining though? Because celibacy and abstinence are totally different. You know what I'm saying? Like, celibacy means no interaction with others. Abstinence means no interaction with yourself. Do you know what I'm saying? Or others, for that matter. So, two completely different things, and also too, it depends on motivation, because again, we're back to the 7 deadly sins, 7 godly virtues, and being celibate or abstinent is not even enough. It's, you need to also release lust, if you're doing it for spiritual reasons, in which case, if you're doing it for other reasons, I guess it really just doesn't really matter, right? Willem Fortnite, welcome. Thank you for having me, or thank you for coming and having me. Are you live on Twitch too? I have Twitch. I was thinking about doing, if I can ever get into like a mode where I'm like streaming every day, I would like to have a couple days a week for Twitch just to do something lightweight and play some chess. But, the Twitch is just really more geared for the gamers and stuff, and most of the time I'm just talking about, I used to talk about a lot about conspiracy, which I think, conspiracy is the gateway drug to spirituality, weirdly enough, because once you realize how much of a lie everything in this world is, you can start realizing that some of the things that they tried to make you think was a lie was actually the truth, or there was more truth into it. And again, there's things in every religion that are valuable, but the reality is the purest form is the Tao. And you can literally read, this is the most famous book of the Tao. Okay, it's not very thick, and these are mostly photos. You know what I'm saying? It's not long. You can read this in a couple hours, and you probably won't understand it, but don't pay attention. The first time you read it, you don't need to try to understand it. The first time you read it, you just need to try to understand how it made you feel. You know? Did it make you feel anything? Because like when I read that, I've began to understand it. I think that I understand it, but I thought I understood it before, and then now I have a different meaning. But the reality is, well, I mean, but the thing is, the reason why it's value to me is because my connection seems like it's starting to have some problems. But when I'm feeling like a day when I'm not feeling super energetic or something, and I feel like kind of like I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna have a good meditation today. Sometimes instead of just going right into quiet meditation or something, I'll sit and read that. And by the time I get halfway through or maybe done with it or whatever, I'll be thinking so hard about God that and what it all is and like how the actual structure of everything is, all the things that I don't really necessarily need to know or doesn't whatever, but that really inspires my thoughts, that I'll be ready to meditate. I'll go right in, you know, which brings me to another point. Okay, people are like, well, ask like, well, what do we do? You know, if you're saying you don't need a religion, you know, whatever, okay, empty the cup, forget everything. Like, are these really spiritual protocols? Yes. But the most important thing, which I have forgotten to mention, or should I say the simplest thing of all, is to think about God. And I'm just using God as a phrase because we know that there's multiple gods, but we also know that there's a source of all creation that is beyond definition, that can't even be defined by something as God, and that even the ego of that is so grand and so great that is closer to the definition of God as everyone takes it, right? But ask yourself this: if you're saying, okay, you're having all these crazy experiences, or people are always like, how did you move so fast and whatever, I think about God all day, every day. That's how. That's what happened. Maybe not the very first time. The first thing that happened was the light, and that was from the Om, from chanting the Om. I didn't expect anything to happen. It just happened. And for that reason, Hinduism has like, or yoga, whichever one is responsible for that, I don't even know. Whoever's responsible for the Om, it has a special place in my heart because that was the first thing that woke me up. But since then, I spend almost all my time thinking about God. So anytime when you're saying like, oh, how do I be more spiritual? Just think about God. How much did you think about God today? And I don't just mean like, oh yeah, God's good. Like really think about it. Like, what does it mean to you? Stop thinking that you know what that word means. You know what I'm saying? Stop thinking that you know. You don't know what it means. You know what I'm saying? Nobody does. Nobody really, I mean, like, whatever I know is something that can't be fucking put into words. Once you really know, it can't be put into words. Okay? Like, I can talk for 40 hours. That's why we're still streaming. After 40 something hours, we're still talking about this. Why are we still talking about it? Because it can't be put into words. So we are trying to do the impossible. We're never going to accomplish this feat, but it's a really fun pastime to try, and it's really interesting to people. But reality is, where should you start? Start by thinking about God. Every waking moment, instead of scrolling on Instagram and whatever, reading about fucking chakras and this, that, and the other. No. As soon as you start doing that, put your phone down, start thinking about God. Ask yourself, what is God? Who is God? How is that possible? What is that? Where did the world come from? Where did I come from? Who am I in the grand scheme of things? Am I really just an animal on this planet that just happened to fucking wake up and I fucking just, you know, whatever, a toad crawled onto the land one day and turned into a monkey and then turned into me? Like, is that what's going on? Is that what you really believe? You know what I'm saying? Like, but think about it in the context. Like, what is God? Who is God? Ask yourself that. Ask yourself that anytime that you have free time. Anytime that you're like, I got nothing going on. Instead of pulling out your phone and scrolling and reading some bullshit, just ask yourself, who's God? What is God? And if that's not inspiring to you enough, say, who am I? What am I? How did I get here? Where did mankind come from? How old is our civilization? You know what I'm saying? Ask the existential questions. Ask them to yourself. Don't ask them to me. You know what I'm saying? You can. Come ask them to me. I'll answer them for you. I'll answer them my best I can in whatever way that I think God would answer them. You know what I'm saying? I'll do my best for you. You know what I'm saying? But if I'm not here, you should also be asking yourself that. Or you should be asking yourself both that. Even if I say something like, do I believe that? Or do I not? Question it. Question everything. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, you thinking about it is recognition, because remember, the God that has a name, all the gods that have names, if it's anything that's below, anything that has been created by something else, right? Those are egos. They're egos of something so great that ego is greater than you. You know what I'm saying? But it's still, and what do egos like? They like nourishment. They want to be nourished. They want to be thought about. They want to be accepted. They want to be worshipped. They want to be known. They want to be loved. The same way you do. Because you're an ego. You know what I'm saying? Same way, like when you're getting all super into meditation, you're starting to clear your mind, you're starting to have a little bit of ego death, your ego goes crazy. To say, well, how come, like for most people that don't meditate really well, or was early stages of meditation, or even advanced meditators that have had this experience in the past, how come you were just having a quiet day, whatever, maybe not a lot was going through your mind, you sit down, you get into the position, you start to try to meditate, and your mind just starts going super fast. Think of all kinds of weird shit that you didn't think about all day. Why does that happen? Because your ego wants attention. Because it knows that you're trying not to think about it. Well, what do you think's going on there when the universe is just fucking smacking you around all over the place trying to teach you lessons, and you're not thinking about God, and you're not getting the lessons, and you're not doing what you're supposed to do, and you're going through the same trap, and you're repeating the same behavior, and you're getting the same results, but you're expecting something different to happen next time, but you're going to do it again anyways, even though it didn't happen different that last time, or the time before that, or the time before that, and the universe just reaches out and just pa, 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 starts smacking you around, because you're not getting the lessons, you're not thinking about God, you're not praying, you're not meditating, you're not listening. Do you know what I'm saying? Why is that happening? Because you weren't thinking about it. You weren't thinking about God. Think about it all the time. Listen to me right now. You're not thinking about God enough. I promise. You're not. I don't care how much you're doing it. It's not enough. Do it more. That's my guidelines. Think about God. Eat as little as possible. Fast as often as possible. You know. Purify yourself. Don't have bad thoughts. You know what I'm saying? Act with virtue in everything that you do. It's not rocket science, okay? It's so much bigger than rocket science. It's so much harder than rocket science that we can simplify it into simple things that we can't do. Or that we can do with great difficulty because we're here having this experience in these mortal containers. And that's part of the lesson. Like, pay attention to the lesson, okay? Yes, it's a simulation. No, yes, it's illusion. No, any of this is real. You are living and doing exactly what you came here to do, is that you're learning the lessons. This is the lessons. And if you don't listen to the lessons, if you don't make note of lessons, if you don't take the lessons and integrate them into your cornerstone of existence, of who you are, your core memories, should not be all the best experiences of your life. Your core memories should not be only the scariest moments of your life. Your core memories should be the lessons. Your core memories should be the lessons, because the core memories are printed into your DNA. When you take the core lessons into your DNA as long-term cornerstone memories, and you fucking print that into yourself as a person, you're healing not only yourself and your physical body, you're healing your soul, you're healing you're enlightening your spirit, and like, you know what I'm saying, you are living up to your spirit's, you know, conditions, and you're healing your generational trauma as well, because it's going DNA. And if you decide to procreate, which by the way is a very karmatic thing to do, you better, well, I'm not, no, not everyone did it like this, but you should have done the healing first. You should have already put those lessons into your DNA, into your core, into the genetic part of yourself that's physical on this planet, so that you pass down healing, and that you pass down those lessons, and you pass down those core memories. But most people their core memories are like, you know, trauma. So that's like a problem. Do you get what I'm saying? Anyways, I'm going back to the chat because I was on a crazy rant right there, but it was with love, and I didn't mean, if I said any of that harshly or with much passion, it was literally only out of pure love. Okay? So here, I'm going to go back to the chat. I'm scared a little bit. The discourse about religion was super valuable today. I'm glad that you found value in it. I'm sure that some people are going to give me an earful about it. On the opposite side of that spectrum. Jimmy says, everything you said about a person having a moral compass is absolutely correct. Well, thank you, Jimmy. I agree. I meant it when I said it. Zana agrees as well. How are words linear while meaning isn't? Because you read from left to right. That's a linear progression. But you experience things in emotion, which is all-encompassing and happens simultaneously, not in like a linear progression. I don't know. I could be misverbing. You know, this is the downside to linear communication. Only one word can come out of my mouth at a time, sadly. I wish I could send the whole thought and that you could just know. But that's how God does it. It shows you. You just have the experience. It says this, it's this. Here's the experience. This is what words can't describe. Look and behold. That's true. Also a function, that is a function of the aura. So there may be a connection there. I don't really know it. I'm not like an expert on the whole aura thing, but some people like myself, like I'm a projector, which gives me like a different shape of aura than most other people, in the sense of like my aura is more like you could be the same. So like, you know, instead of it being like a big fuzzy bubble or whatever that's like encompassing and, you know, surrounding other people, like for someone like myself, or I don't know, I can't comment on you, but it sounds like potentially you have the similar situation, is that when you put your attention on, if you're a projector, if you put your attention on somebody, your aura goes directly to them. It doesn't envelop everyone else in the area. So that sounds like a thing. But your aura extends out beyond your body like pretty far anyways. and they interact with each other, like quite a lot actually, which is exactly what you're describing. Is like, you know, you can sense it, you know, you get the chills, or you know when someone's watching you or someone walks up behind you, things like that. Is like a function of the aura versus I don't really know, telepathy. Maybe it's, I'm sure it is somewhat connected to some sense, but I think of telepathy. This is a theory where I'm talking theory now, not science. My theory on telepathy is that there's an interface for it. So rather than like the aura, which is like directly attached to our bodies and is like a product of our our personal electromagnetic field coming from our heart. I believe that telepathy is something that occurs more by utilizing either the electric or electromagnetic or field of the actual like earth or the atmosphere or something like that. Like, I think that there's an interface. You know, it's a natural interface, but nonetheless, I think that there's something third party maybe involved that travels through. I could be wrong, but that's just my own theory and how I've like envisioned it in my mind. Because I realized whenever I would try to communicate telepathically, I would always be thinking outward as if I was like projecting, you know, into the ether. But when I would do that, I would end up feeling like not like I connected to the ether, but that I connected through the earth. And so for that reason, I have formulated my own personal theory that telepathy is a function of riding some other field that we're all connected to, possibly through our auras, but for aura to aura communication, I think that you have to be within some type of line of sight or certain amount of distance, you know, unless you're like really advanced. Possibly I've had experiences when I felt that my field enveloped the earth, but that was only for like during moments of like absolute rapture, you know. Marie says, I've heard at some point the theory that all signal interference on Earth may be some grid surrounding it prevents or corrupts communications with God as well, to the point that we're truly doomed. That's some dark stuff. I could see something like that happening for, I mean, I could imagine something like that, but let me tell you, like for me personally, what I always question, one of my bigger questions, and this is like off topic, but not, okay. One of my biggest personal questions, which I don't have the answer to, but I ask myself a lot, is whether or not like this has all happened before. Like, am I creating a new experience, or am I living like a recording of an experience? You know what I'm saying? Like, has all this happened before and that we're getting to experience the replay? Or is something new being forged? You know what I mean? Like, that's one of the questions I honestly always have. But I will tell you, the most amazing things I've ever seen, I'm not talking about spiritual experiences. I'm talking about things that literally should not have been possible. Things that should have, I mean, we're talking, you know, right there with parting the sea. You know what I'm saying? Like, things right there with walking on water, like things that literally should not have been possible, I've seen. Okay. And it's those experiences, the things that absolutely should not have been possible, that made me realize that there was something nameless that it's something beyond it all. and that thing doesn't have any kind of like, it's not rooted in the same, it doesn't have the same foundation as what we consider God, what we call God. And that's the foundation. That is essentially like the foundation of Taoism. That's what the Tao is kind of about, is that it's what they say, the eternal Tao that can be named is not, or that can be said is not the eternal Tao, right? That's like the saying that there's an essence beyond it all, something that is more than a God. You know what I'm saying? The thing that created God. The thing that can take and turn God into a man. And that can, at the same moment, take a man and turn him into a God. There's something beyond it all that has the power to do even that. And that's the part that judges you virtuous or not. And if you are judged virtuous, nothing is impossible. There's nothing that can't be done. Telepathy and all this other stuff, this is just like little, like, it's like fucking, that's like, breathing or using your eyes, or you're, speaking or something. Like, it's nothing supernatural about all that. Like, perhaps that's something that we've lost somewhere along the way or whatever. But there's something that if you appeal to that which is greater, if you are judged virtue, and there's no amount of worship. You can't worship this thing. You can't make offerings or rituals. You can't do anything other than be virtuous and represent order in some sort, in some sense. If you're not judged virtuous, you ain't got no action from this. But if you are, then there's literally there's no such thing as being doomed. There's no signal, there's no science, there's no weapon, there's nothing that is impossible. If you are judged virtuous by that which is nameless, by that which is greater than all, by that which created everything. If you're judged virtuous by the thing that created the thing that created everything, then you're unlimited. Like, there's no limitation at all at that point. But the thing is, it's a catch 22. Now, most people are going to hear that and they're going to be like, well, that sounds very tempting. That sounds amazing. That sounds like a lot of power. But to lust for power or to desire power are not virtuous things. So do you see the beauty of it? Is that the only person that will gain unlimited power is the person that doesn't want power. The only person that will gain unlimited power is the person that has no desire to use their unlimited power. That's the ultimate irony, or the ultimate paradox of existence. Do you know what I'm saying? Of the fact that by being virtuous, you have unlimited potential of everything. Nothing becomes impossible when you embrace virtue. And you have to, but it's true. But here's the thing: is you can't lie. You can't lie to God, and you can't lie to God's creator. You can't lie. You can't lie in your head. You can't lie with your voice. You can't lie with your actions. You can't lie with your intent. You can't lie with your emotions. There's nothing that's not recorded and nothing that's not known. You have to actually be that. You have to epitomify that. You have to embrace it. It has to be your essence. You can't fake it. It's unfakeable, right? You just have to, know it's virtue. You have to just run with the virtue. Be untemptable, be unbreakable. This is the one of the more valuable parts of the whole Jesus thing. You know, is be like Jesus. Don't wait. You don't need to wait for Jesus to save you or take Jesus as your savior. Be Jesus. Be like Jesus. The other part of the whole Jesus story, that's the part is like that's how you can be untemptable, unbudging in your virtue, unquestioning of your loyalty for God or the experience that you're giving God, because you're the curator of that experience. You're also influencing the experience of everyone you come in contact with. This is another reason why monks and things become hermetic, because they really, really, really understand. You know, they become hermetic, they take vows of science, they understand the meaning of karma, they understand the fact that they're creating an experience for God. They also understand that they are influencing God's experience through other people. And so by isolating yourself, by not speaking, by not being around other people, you have more control over that creation, over that experience that you're creating, because your experience doesn't matter. You're in a temporary container trying to figure out how to get home. God's eternal in a way that we can't even imagine, because we live in a world with time, and that lives outside of time. So why does your experience matter? It doesn't. God's experience matters. So stop trying to think like you, start trying to think like God. That's what Jesus did. Don't think like you, think like God. What does the one that has everything and can experience anything want? Wants the lesson. Take the lesson. Go learn. Enjoy some stuff. Make it pleasurable. It doesn't have to be fucking grueling. It doesn't have to be bad. It can be fucking amazing. It should be amazing. Figure out why it's not. If it's not. If it's amazing, you're probably not here on my chat right now because you're experiencing life. You're out doing something right now. I'm not saying that this is a bad way, because maybe this takes you a step closer to that, because somebody had to say it to you so that you could be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. It's okay. It's all good. But just know what it is, and know that it's all 100% recorded. All the shit that you forgot already, it's not forgotten. And more so is that when you finally do ascend, when you're done doing lives here, and for little moments in between each one, you will remember. You will remember. So make it good, you know what I'm saying? Hey, what's up, Dominic? I don't speak German. Welcome, Theodora. Max says, I like the thought about humans needing to eat something like bamboo, like pandas. Yeah, it could be like that. You never really know. Proac says, if you're new to the channel, please visit Bruce's Telegram group so you can find more answers to your questions. Thank you very much, Maya. That is true. I do have a Telegram. And you guys, listen, half the people that watch these streams are not subscribed to me. It's over 50%. It's like only 40-something% of my viewers are subscribers. So don't forget to hit the subscribe button. Make it happen. What am I doing today? I'm doing this. This is it. Can I post a link to that book? Which book? I don't know which one we're talking about. Oh, it's It's Dan Tien. I don't have it's a public domain. You can literally download it for free if you want the PDF version. This is a very, very old book. If you want to screenshot it, this is the translation that I first read. I read a few different translations. Sometimes they're a little bit different, but they're oh, whoops, upside down. But they're yeah, they're all pretty close, and they're all any translation of that's worth reading. And yeah, Lao Tzu means the old man. And there's a story about that book, actually, because Lao Tzu said, obviously he said the eternal Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao, right? Well, supposedly the story of the myth was, because nobody knows if he really existed or not, but supposedly, like there's another story that like Confucius went to go see Lao Tzu one day, and that he like ran away crying. I love that story. But there's another story. There's another story about it that so basically, supposedly the story was only written, and it was written in 2 days or 3 days, because when Lao Tzu was ready to die, he told his disciples that he was going to the woods to finish his life. And when he was leaving China, he went to the border, and the emperor or whatever had put out an order that Lao Tzu was not allowed to leave unless he wrote a book to share his wisdom. And so only because there was a border guard that stopped him and wouldn't let him go, he stayed in the border guard's hut or whatever for 2 days or whatever it was, and wrote Tao Te Ching. So yeah, that's a good for me, it's the most important book that I've read by far. And you'll see what I mean by it's pure. It's pure. It's all about the essence of the teaching is non-doing. Just empty the cup. God's in everything. God is in you. But when something is, if you want to think of it, for the science people out there that can't wrap their head about it, think of it like quantum theory. Okay? Once a wavelength has collapsed, it's non-changeable. But up until that point, it can be anything. So when something can be anything, but it's nothing, then what is it? If God's in everything, it's God. So you empty the cup. Make room for something. Don't fill the space. It's the space inside is what's valuable. Why do we need a cup if it has no space in it? What are you going to use it for? It's useless. If there was no opening, if it was solid on top, then it's a hollow, you can't use it for, it's full, it's already full. Just empty. You got to just become less, undo everything that is you. Forget your personality, forget your opinions, forget your politics, forget your religions, forget everything. Just make room. Wipe the slate clean. And it's just like dark matter. Dark matter is God. How can a vacuum exist? The whole vacuum of space, right? There's nothing out there. There's dark matter, right? That's what's in the space where there's nothing. Well, that's God. When there's nothing there, something has to fill the space. But when that something is just an essence, there's nothing actually tangible to it. That's like the purest form of God that we can touch and feel on this, in this 3D reality, is nothing. Do you know what I'm saying? The absence of anything is the closest thing to God that there is, because God's in everything. So when you take away everything of that's already had its wavelength collapsed, all that's left is God, and that applies to you. So remove everything except for, you know what I'm saying? You like, there's no worse karma on this planet than to leave, than to, you know, end yourself. Nothing. There's nothing worse that you can possibly do. That guarantees your reincarnation. You got a lot of lessons to learn. So while you're here in this vessel, which you have to stay in till when the day comes, you don't get the choice there. At least if you want to operate karmatically. Just shed everything other than what God created. God created you, your vessel, yourself, but he did not put all these thoughts into your mind. If you were born in the jungle where there was fruit growing and plenty of food everywhere, and you never had any worries, and you never heard a language or talked to anybody, if you did that, you wouldn't have any of this shit going on in your head that you have right now, and you would probably be super tuned in and able to access all kinds of abilities that people would currently say are impossible or supernatural. So all those thoughts and bullshit in your head, that's not natural. That's all been planted there and placed there. You wipe all that away and watch what comes in. Watch what you suddenly know by knowing nothing. It will shock and amaze you. It sounds illogical, it sounds contradictory, but it's absolutely true. And that's what Tao Te Ching is about. You know what I'm saying? This is what they understand that no other religion understands, which is interesting. With, you know what I'm saying, some people don't even consider this a religion, they consider it a philosophy. But what they understand is that there's nothing you can do. There's no prayer or ritual or anything like that that can do more than just taking everything away, to just factory reset on yourself, you know? Okay, I'm gonna finish up the chat. I gotta go pretty soon. Let's see. Fairly tame, but recently started taking lion's mane, ashwagandha. Are you familiar with either? Thoughts? Both beneficial for me. Love the calming effect and productive at the same time. Yeah, I mean, I think they're both cool. I don't personally, you know, if it works for you, it works for you. I don't take anything myself. I've tried I've done lion's mane and ashwagandha, and I think that they're both effective in doing what they promote them as doing. I've definitely found an energy boost from lion's mane and calming from ashwagandha, but you know, it's one of the 10 fetters to be reliant on rituals and things like that. So it's great if it works, but definitely know that everything that you're feeling and those are doing for you, you could do for yourself through meditation. Marie says, do you ever come across spots in the woods or other places in nature where it feels particularly easy, natural to connect with both earth and above? Well, definitely it's good to be in contact with the ground, and it's good to be comfortable. So for that reason, I think the beach is just ideal for me personally, because I feel that that little bit of wetness in the sand firms up the connection to the earth and the grounding sensation. The sand is soft, good place to sit. There's a lot, the ocean, the crashing of the waves and all that just adds a certain degree of, ambiance and stimulation. Something we've talked about a lot before is Tantra. Tantra means to weave, or it's also like a technology of some sort. What it really is it's taking multiple different techniques. Usually it's ways of raising kundalini, for those that are familiar with that. And by combining those things together, you also distract your mind by doing multiple things at the same time, all which promote the same thing, but in different ways. And you keep yourself busy so that you're thinking about something in a more pure way. And so, yeah, you're while if you're an advanced meditator, it shouldn't really matter where you're at. Anywhere should be fine. But if you're new to it, or if you're used to relying on tantras, then for me personally, like, I find a lot of power at the beach, because it's easy. It just makes it's got some built-in tantras there. You know what I'm saying? Max says, now looking back at your youth, have you had any big spiritual experiences that you didn't realize at the time? Totally. So many. Even the getting hit by lightning, sometimes I suspect that it was an early part of or maybe even one of the first big things that happened with it. But there's been other things which are literally like, there's a couple in particular that come to mind, which are so far beyond, people are already having trouble believing and grasping things like the possibility of telepathy. I'm definitely not going to tell them what I've actually seen. That is so much harder to believe than that. But yes, things happened prior to that, which I now 100%. And even like pretty much the main thing that I'm thinking of, even, like, even though I was dead seen it with my own eyes, I rationalized it away as somebody somehow beyond my belief of what their capabilities were or whatever, had to have been fucking with me, or somehow got, deceived me. And it wasn't until later, more recently, that the same thing happened again, but in a completely different context, while I was having an actual spiritual experience. And that was really what made me realize that anything is possible. Because I had still, even now, even after having all this spiritual experience, the most amazing thing I ever seen, there was a little tiny part of me that was just like, I don't know, like, that might be, like, there's gotta, like, it's on the far, far, far end of the spectrum of even potentially believability. But it happened again. There's God and everything. I mean, there's no better humor If you once you get God's humor, once you get the humor of God's creator, it's just another level. You know what I'm saying? To understand the humor. First, just read the signs. First, just learn to go where it's trying to send you or get you to do what it's trying to get you to do. You know what I'm saying? But once you got that down, start paying attention to the humor. It's an amazing show. It's just fucking epic. You'll laugh like a maniac multiple times a day. I do it all the time. I come here with my most lucid self, but some of the other times in public, I'm just cackling at nothing because it's just so amazing of how good God's humor is. Where do you go after exiting your expired container? To a new container. Until you're free, dude. Sorry to break it to you. You're going to keep doing it till you get it right. And the other thing is, you'll never have to ask yourself if you've gotten it right yet until you do, because they'll literally tell you. You know what I mean? I'm not quoting the whole reincarnation and all that stuff. I'm not quoting that from like yoga or Hinduism or anything like that. I'm quoting that directly from beyond. This is answer from the angels. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling them, this is straight from the angels to me to you, bro. Is you're gonna do this over and over and over again until you get it right. It could take a very, very, very long time. But once you're freed, you will know absolutely that you're freed. If you're wondering, you're like, oh, I wonder if I'm going to be free this time. You're not. Like, they'll literally will tell you. You will be informed when you get your pass to exit. You will be informed. I'll tell you that much. Encrypted, but not really. Exactly. Melanie says, you're so strong today. It is absolutely great. I learned a lot by listening and feeling you. Thank you so much. You give me so much strength. You really went above and beyond today. Well, thank you, Melanie. I feel like I was passionate today for sure. I felt the passion. Ether. Just weird, just as you said, I was typing it. Yeah, see, it's like that. Those are synchronicities. Let me also talk about something about synchronicities, because I want to like explain something to people, because this is like where a lot of people get like woo-wooed out. Is, people start getting stuck on like the repeating numbers and like little synchronicities like that. This is just like baby synchronicities, but it happens to people. It happens to a lot. It's happened to me. It's like people notice it when they're going through spiritual awakenings. Like, it's just a thing that people notice, right? And some people probably from a psychological background will be like, oh yeah, it's a symptom of some type of psychosis. Like, you're seeing things where there are no patterns, or oh, it'll happen only so this often, blah 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 blah. But like, I've seen it to the crazy part, to the craziness where like addresses and shit that I've driven by every fucking day for years, like, have like seemingly changed. And it's like, how many fucking addresses could be all sevens? It's the only address in the whole fucking city. What's going on? every address in the whole city is 7777. You know what I'm saying? Every phone number, every billboard, like, how many fucking phone numbers, fucking billboards, how can it all be the same, right? Okay, that's as weird as I'm gonna get, but let me now explain why that happens and why it's a good thing. And why I disagree with what the internet says it is. So the internet calls it angel numbers and says it's the angels and things kind of communicate with you, blah blah blah, and that you're in alignment and all. That's not what I think. Okay, now I understand why it would be perceived like that, but that's not what I think. If angels want to talk to you, they will talk to you directly. Trust me. Okay, you don't need to read signs from angels and shit. what the synchronicities and all that is saying and showing you is that you're manifesting actively. You're in an active state of manifestation, meaning that you've tapped in, you've upgraded yourself in the hierarchy of our ultimate higher self, the higher self of all of ourselves, that you are now manifesting strongly enough within that your own reality around you that it's causing things like that, glitches in the matrix, blah blah blah, to happen, because this is real. This is like a dream. You know what I'm saying? It's an extremely vivid dream, you know? But you're like, a microprocessor within a super computer. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what you are. You're a microprocessor inside a supercomputer. Imagine it like that, as a simplified way of putting it. So you're spinning your own reality around you. This is why, you know what I'm saying, like, vibrationally, like, things disappear from your life that don't match your vibration, and all of a sudden new things come into your life that do, because you're blaring signal to other things that are vibrating like you. You know what I'm saying? If you're vibrating on the same pace, then the words coming out of your mouth are striking chords within the other person. You're fucking stroking their soul, you know? But if it's a vibrational mismatch, you're like invisible to them. They won't even see you. You can wave at them, they just keep walking. It's like you're not even there. You're like a ghost. You know what I'm saying? Versus, it could even be like there could be a discord there between you if it's like far enough. You know what I'm saying? If the thing, and maybe you're not invisible, maybe you see each other and you just are like, no, I don't like that. That's not for me. But yeah, when you start seeing synchronicities, experiencing synchronicities, it's a good sign that you are manifesting actively, that you're creating the world around you, that your microprocessor is working within the super processor in a way that it's forming reality. It's not just going along the ride of everybody else, all the other microprocessors, data and analysis inside the supercomputer, blah 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 blah. However you want to, if you want to quantify it like that. But you are taking a part. Do you know what I'm saying? Versus if you're not, then you're just living in everyone else's reality. Do you know what I'm saying? Because it's all stemming from the central thing. That's why we're not like in the world by ourselves. It's, you know what I'm saying? God experiencing everything simultaneously through everybody, but not just through everybody, but also through the literal inanimate objects. That's the other part that's really hard to grasp. And I'm not even gonna fucking beat you guys up with that one, because this was one of my more recent realizations, and it's something that I couldn't have grasped or realized without. But there's consciousness in inanimate objects as well. Like your fucking a rock is conscious, a piece of bark is conscious, you know what I'm saying? Like the ground, the dirt's conscious, the air is conscious. The literal air around you that you're breathing right now is conscious. Fucking, I know. But it doesn't matter. You don't need to fucking think too hard about that. Just think about God all day and you'll be all right. But it's all conscious. Do you know what I'm saying? And more so is like the planet is conscious. Literally fully conscious. Like it's an entity. You know what I'm saying? The moon is an entity. The sun's an entity. All the stars are entities. Do you know what I'm saying? Like those things, that's where the actual consciousness is. You know what I'm saying? Our bodies are avatars being operated by celestial bodies. Do you know what I'm saying? It's fucking crazy. It doesn't even, it's honestly, it's not even worth thinking about. But someday you'll understand it if you continue. You know what I'm saying? Noy says, this is one of the best streaming with the active chatter here. Thank you, Bruce. I will watch the recording. I'm going to bed. It's almost 4 a.m. here. Love the stream. See you soon. Thank you for coming, Noy. I'm almost done anyway, so you've pretty much seen the whole thing, but go ahead and watch it again. Have a good night. Magic says, it's Christ and its consciousness. Baja Blast, not just Christ consciousness. Sky is Shiva. It's Sama, Zeus, and so much more ethereal. And by association, and by being here, you too. Oh, that's nice. That was a very nice thing to say. Hold up, he's Zeus and Jesus? Well, I'm opting out of the chat on this dialogue. There is power in not wanting power. Yes, Wiggs, you got it. Ding, ding, ding. That is it. Virtue. What exactly is virtue? I can't tell you that. That's the point. That's the point of everything that I was saying, is that nobody can tell you what virtue is. It's something you have to find within yourself and know within yourself. Virtue is knowing, not thinking, not going off of what someone else says. Virtue is knowing right is right and wrong is wrong. You know when you're doing something right, you know when you're doing something wrong. You know when something was truly an accident, you know when something you were pretending that it was an accident for plausible deniability. Do you know what I'm saying? Virtue means you don't lie to yourself. Virtue means that you don't lie in any way. It means that you are completely and totally real within everything and you own everything. Like, you are you. You did what you did. You do what you do, and you're going to do what you're going to do. How did all of those things I just listed, and how will all those things I just listed end up playing out to you? Will you feel everything that you've ever, whatever you've done of those things, what do you feel was right and what do you feel was wrong? What do you feel was good and what do you feel was evil? What do you intend on doing tomorrow? What are you doing today? Today, are you doing good or are you doing evil? What's your intent for tomorrow? Will you do good or will you do evil? Do you know the difference between good and evil? Where are you deriving your definition of those things from? Virtue means that you do what's right. It doesn't mean that you do what you want to do. If what you want to do is right, that's the highest form of virtue. That's what you're shooting for. You want to do the right thing above all things at all times, and nobody else tells you what the right thing is. The government doesn't tell you. The fucking nobody. The government doesn't tell you. Your pastor doesn't tell you. Your priest doesn't tell you. Nobody, I don't tell you. Nobody tells you what's right or wrong. You know inside yourself. That's virtue. You know why you're doing something. Are you doing something just for personal gain, or are you doing something for the gain of everybody, which is actually you? Everybody's you. You are everybody. You know what I'm saying? As soon as you realize that, you know what I'm saying? You combine that with the fact that you are curating the experience of God and you're affecting other people's experiences as God. So what, you know what I'm saying? So you have to take them all the way. You have to act in virtue. You have to make the experience for yourself good, because if you're giving yourself a bad experience at the same time, then it's not really virtuous now, is it? But if you're creating a bad experience for other people's, is that virtue? No. You know what I'm saying? But then you can break that down to what's a good experience, what's a bad experience. Is and who's operating with virtue and whose experience matters more if this person is and this person isn't. Well, that's a big fucking breakdown, isn't it? You want to be on the right side of that, don't you? I can't explain to you how to do it. I can't tell you how to do it, but you do want to be on the right side of that. I promise. So who am I? Well, if I told you my real name, you wouldn't understand. But my government name was Garrett, and my stage name is Bruce. You can't fake a frequency. Exactly. You ain't gonna fake it till you make it in this regard. You're not. It's gotta be you. You gotta mean it. You know what I'm saying? This is why I'm saying is like, think about the karmatic, think about the karmas that you do constantly, and think about what karma is. Karma is any action that creates a reaction. It's the butterfly effect. The butterfly effect is karma because everything is happening to God. The creator of this universe is experiencing everything, which means that if you do something that has a negative ripple, say you do something, you gain some kind of momentary joy. You said, oh, this is great. That was totally worth it, right? But you created some kind of ripple effect, the butterfly effect. You've changed all of history through your actions, even little action, whatever. Now, is the collective total of all those reactions, did that create something that was favorable and good to God, or did that create something that was negative to God? If you affected 10,000 people, or like, for example, myself, I did porn. I did adult stuff in the past. You know, that was a hugely karmatic experience. You could easily go and pick out the worst scenes I've ever done and say, that was bad, Bruce. That was not good. And I would agree. I'd be like, I wish I didn't do that. But, you know, I did. I can't take it back. I live in the moment. Right? And you take whatever negative or positive effects that happen, the grand total of that. Right? Now you got to take that and now weigh it against the good things that I did in that industry. The depictions of love and you know, the whatever pleasure and experiences that was created through that. And now you weigh those hand in hand, side by side, and realize that everybody that ever watched my videos, myself, the girls that I performed with, everything, every part of that puzzle, the directors, the producers, the people that made money from it, every aspect of that was all God, having all those different experiences. The model that I was with was God. I was God. The producer was God. The director was God. Everybody that watched it at home was God. You were God. Everybody was God. But doesn't, you know, is not going to remember all that until, except for at the top, right? So what was the grand total? I don't know, but God does. Do you know what I'm saying? And that's what decides if it was good karma or bad karma, right? But the thing is, too many people are too focused on bad karma. They think bad karma, avoid the bad karma, avoid the bad karma. It's the most important thing, blah, blah, blah. You know, karma's going to get you, blah, blah. That's the wrong way to think. Start thinking about your good karma. Stoke up that good karma and realize that if you build enough good karma, if you've created enough good experiences for God, if you've made God's experiences good enough, and then on top of it, you live by virtue, right? Because remember, we're talking about that which created everything, or that which created the thing that created everything. This wants virtue. This wants everything. You know? So you gotta say, you know, to get both of those things to line up is the ultimate. That's what you want, to please both. You want to please them all. You know what I'm saying? Because it's the one that was created is the jealous one that wants all your attention and wants to be says that I created you, I created all, and this is, you know what I'm saying? And all of the experiences, good, bad, good and evil, everything, all the chaos of this planet is all from that one source. Right? So that's being judged. All your karma is being judged there, but your virtue is being judged even higher. Do you know what I'm saying? So if you can get those two things to line up, you really can't go wrong. You know? And yeah, but start stoking your good karma, because if you have enough of it, you can't fail. You know, of course you want to avoid bad karma, but that goes hand in hand. You won't get bad karma if you're operating with enough virtue, but that's like the higher level. That's the advanced course, is virtue. First, stoke your good karma, avoid your bad karma, but really mainly stoke your good karma. Later, the virtue thing is something you can, like, you know, digest as you develop and as you clear your mind. Because how are you going to have virtue when your mind is just full of clutter? It's full of all the fucking media and crap that they feed you, and all these opinions and perceptions and the rules of man that have been fed to you. The laws, the religions, all these things, the rules. You know, and then realize that none of that's real. That's just all preaching bullshit. And the fucking, if you boil that all away, virtue is what's underneath. What you know in your heart as yourself. Even if somebody tells you, somebody with authority, your boss, a cop, whatever, somebody tells you got to go do this, a judge, and you know that it's wrong, and you go and do it because you were told that it was right, that was not virtue. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I say virtue is like the advanced course in spirituality, and there's no one can teach it to you. You have to uncover that within yourself, and that comes with self-knowing, of knowing yourself. Once you know yourself, you know what virtue is. Until then, you don't know shit about it. You have opinions that were mostly derived from things that you heard or were told or were seen. But virtue comes from the soul. It comes from inside. It's like a underlying law of all nature. It's bigger than anything. So you have to operate with that. Right? But until then, since you maybe aren't there yet, karma is like the introductory version of virtue. You know what I'm saying? And you can quantify that in a more mathematical way. You know what I'm saying? It's more of like a chain reaction events that's visualized, that can be visualized, that can be, you know, it's all about action that actually happened and had a reaction. If you think something, you don't get bad karma. You know what I'm saying? You get zero karma for thinking something. You can think the most horrible things ever, and you will not get any bad karma if you don't act on them, or you don't, and acting on them could just be talking about it or telling people that. But if you just think, you can think of literally horrible things, no karma involved, zero, until you open your mouth and speak about it. That's why a lot of people in spiritual space don't talk. You know what I'm saying? That's why a lot of people in spiritual space isolate and avoid other people. You know, because you can't get any karma from that. And once you've already been cleared of karma, you want to stay cleared of karma. right? But virtue, there's no chain reaction of virtue and all that stuff. And in fact, your thoughts, your negative thoughts, those same things that I just told you can think about that will give you no bad karma, they don't having bad thoughts does not is the opposite of being virtuous. You know what I'm saying? So it's way harder, right? How do you control your thoughts? I'm going to never have bad thoughts. It's hard. That's what the spiritual process is. That's why you got to go through the process, the practice. You got to train yourself. You got to break yourself down. You have to destroy yourself, your personality, your ego. You have to destroy that. That's when virtue happens. Because virtue, to be, if you're pure virtue, which who is, but if you were, you have no negative thoughts. You have no bad things. You only think good. That's a virtuous aspect. You know what I'm saying? So this is what I'm saying is like karma is like the introductory. Work on your karma. Someday when that starts paying off and you start purifying yourself and you really start understanding, you start having the experiences, you start knowing, not believing, but knowing. That is when you'll be ready to start acting. You can still try. I mean, don't get me wrong. You should be as virtuous as possible all the time. But I mean, as far as like a concept of, virtue is something that's going to come, that should come naturally. It's not something that you should be like, there's no rule book for it. It's what is right, and what's wrong is wrong. And you know that in your heart. You don't know that in your head. Karma, you can figure all that out in your head. You can say, you can't really probably see the full picture of the butterfly effect, but you can go as many steps as possible. You can be like, okay, if I do this, then this might happen, this is going to 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 happen. How did that, what was the grand total of that? Was the grand total a good thing or a bad thing? That was your good karma or your bad karma. And, that's what's going to decide what your next life is going to be like. Yeah, I'm pretty much stopped. I mean, if there was a perfect situation, that I felt good about my karma, I would make a video. I like doing that. I enjoy it, and I make sure that my co-star enjoys it, and I would like, I'm saying now I'm really mainly just concerned about how other people perceive it when they see it. I can't control what other people do with it, but I can control what they see. And if what they see is love, energy, and it's a, you know, something that I feel was a good experience for God, and that if replicated by someone else, that it would more good experiences for God, then I'm okay with it. But I'm not putting any weird chemical swabs in my mouth for it. So probably not. Probably not doing it. But we'll see. Maybe if I find a girlfriend or something that's into it, I don't know. I have tons of content in the meantime, though. And I was always operating karmatically, deep down inside. I always wanted it to be a good experience for both myself and the girl. I just, only until recently that I really consider the actual, well, not recently, but it was actually probably part of my progression, is that, at some point I did consider the repercussions of what I was doing, and that's when I stopped doing like hardcore scenes and stuff. Because you know, I realized at some point, you know, you plan, you know, the thing is you do something that everybody else wants to do and everyone says that you can't do and that's impossible and nobody succeeds in, you kind of plan for failure. I never thought I was going to be famous. I was just trying to get laid. You know what I'm saying? But at some point I did realize that I was influencing a generation or multiple generations, and so I changed what I was doing. And you know, I'm always looking to improve my karmic algorithm at this point. It's been something that I've relied on and survived on long before I knew God in the way that I do now. So I can definitely see the effects in the way it plays out. And I didn't have to connect the source for that either. Bruce Willis. How long do I meditate daily? As much as possible. I mean, I do it so much that I'm like, I've been not really taking care of my responsibilities with work and stuff as much. Like I should be uploading more and everything, but it's really gotten intense since my last upgrade because I became much better at meditating last time. And now it's a very pleasurable experience, pretty much always. More so, I've also learned to do open eye and walking meditation as well. So that's added like a lot of time onto it because I usually do both every day. But as far as like silence, like meditation, I usually, I don't know, approximately an hour or something. I can do 108 ohms in about 45 minutes. It takes about 45 to 50 minutes to do 108 ohms, which is a pretty special practice for me personally. Asher Gray says, you've been very insightful. I enjoyed getting to know you for you. The many epiphanies and experiences you've had, I've gotten to know myself better and my potential place in the grand scheme of things. I'm so happy to hear that. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. Thank you for saying that. And experiencing it, for that matter. I speak English. My Spanish has gotten pretty bad. Danny. Let's see. So Ben says, damn, bro, you're still going on about it after I started this live stream. Yeah, you kicked it off, bro. Karma isn't real, though. It was. Oh my God. You're so funny. I'm sorry, bro. Whatever. Ignorance is bliss. I'm not talking shit. I'm just saying, trust me. And it should definitely not. If you ignore everything that I said, that would be like the last thing you should ignore. But anyways, I'll finish reading what you're saying. Sobin says, karma isn't real, though. If it was, why does it not treat everyone equally like a lot of MFs get away with shit they do? Because it spans multiple lifetimes. That's what I'm trying to explain. It could span 10,000 lives. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna pay. This is the same reason why, like, sometimes terrible things happen to completely innocent people. Like, you know, a child has had no time to do anything evil. Sometimes bad things happen to children that were completely innocent. And you say, well, that's fucking horrible. How could God exist with that kind of thing? That would be the normal thought process. But what you got to realize is that we've all had 10,000 lives, something like that. I don't know how many lives, whatever, thousands. And we've all done horrible things at some point in one of our lives, you know, and karma is real. And whatever you've done, you're going to get it back. So if a child or something dies seemingly innocent at a young age, it's most likely because in another life they killed a child. And so it definitely is real. It's just that you can't see it from where you're at because you are only going to live in one lifetime. But trust and believe, if you cause misery to other people, you're going to get every bit of that misery back, and that you will not be released from the cycle of death and rebirth until you've served that off. And the other thing is that it also happens the same way with good karma. Whatever good that you put out, you will get that back. It gets paid down to zero on both sides 100% of the time. Nobody slides it. And that's just the way it goes. Like, karma's the realest of the real. Sobin says, continues to say, it can't be real just because we want it to be real. Human desire is what invented a lot of stuff in human history. What you want when you say you want it to be real is that you want it to be microscopic. Like, you want it to be so much smaller than it is. But what you don't realize is the concept of 10,000 lives. Just think about that. Think about doing this 10,000 times, and that you're gonna get, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes you take some steps forward, sometimes you take some steps backward. You know what I'm saying? It's the consistency that gets you all the way through. You got to gather the good karma for multiple lifetimes before you're gonna be free. And that's also the other thing, is that I'm not quoting other. I want to be clear that when I'm talking about this, I believe that I got my information from the same source that whoever's talked about karma, Hindu or whatever beliefs prior. I'm not taking those beliefs from them. I'm speaking from my own experience, which is backed up historically by a much older religion that believes the same thing because they experience the same thing. And the reason why I can say that is because at some level of spiritual upgrades, or whatever you want to call it, spiritual advancement, you begin to literally remember your past lives. I know that's really, really, really hard to believe. That's a tall claim. But like, I remembered a past life when I was 13. I popped 2 melatonins and went to sleep for 13 hours and had a dream that in the beginning of the dream, I was a kid. I remember every detail of my life, playing with my little girlfriend, you know, getting bitten by a snake, being sick and fucked up from the snake for how long. You know, I've fucking flew a crop duster, went to work every day, fucking had my family around me. At the end, I was an old man. My family lying around me. I was in bed, couldn't get up, mountains in the snow, and they were telling me goodbye. And I woke up, and I couldn't talk about that for years without getting teary-eyed and crying because I missed my family from another life so long. Now, that happened when I was 13. You know, I always suspected that was another life, but I remembered more of that life later on after I started having spiritual upgrades, and I've remembered other lives as well since then. And it's something that happens to a lot of people, or at least that's what I've read. I've not necessarily have no proof about other people, but I've heard a lot about it, and it's exactly what did actually happen to me as well. So through spirituality, you can learn more of the truth of karma and reincarnation, because you literally will start remembering it. I know it sounds wild if you're a very, very unspiritual person. I've been there, trust me. Science was God to me. You know what I'm saying? I was always a very logical person. I have like, you know, I play chess. Like, I'm that dude. But I've seen with my own eyes other stuff. Now, if you want to, after this 3 or 4 hour conversation of me talking, and you know, if you want to go through all my other streams and everything and determine if you think that I just lost it and that you're not talking to a lucid or rational person at all, that you're talking to a crazy guy, you could come to that conclusion on your own, and that's take everything I said with a grain of salt. But if you can watch all those videos, if you can watch this and say, this is a lucid person that's not crazy, like this person is calm, cool, collected, believes what they're talking about, knows what they're talking about, whatever they've seen, which I don't understand, was something. If you can say all that, then understand what I'm saying right now is it's dead truth, and more so is that other people have experienced it and will experience it if they go through the same process. Zana says, there's a saying and it goes something like this: if a rifle hangs on the wall, then one day it will fire. Bad thoughts tend to make it out into the world. Work on the bad thoughts. That's true. You know, I mean, I'm not saying that, you know, you definitely want to work on them, but I'm just baby steps. Get your karma straight first, and everything else will just happen naturally. Get your karma straight. Forget who you are. Forget your personality. Remove everything from yourself, and you'll see. You could literally, everything that I've talked about can be reframed into a scientific way using quantum theory and things like that, which is something I could do, and maybe one day I will do a scientific episode and, you know, explain chakras and things in a scientific manner, but which I'm sure I've done periodically little doses of throughout the 40-hour playlist, but it's all the same. It's all the same. I mean, it's not all the same, but it's all rooted. It's all going back to everybody's trying to explain something that's unexplainable. Everybody's doing the same thing in that regard. They're trying to explain something that can't be said. They're trying to say something that can't be said. And the truth is that we don't need to. We don't need to say it. We don't need to show it. We don't need to prove it. We just need to feel it. We need to experience it. We got to act with virtue. We got to be good people. There's no amount of sciencing your way into excusing yourself for doing anything bad. Like, it's, you know, it's all very much so, this is all it's a great drama. And it's fucking awesome. And this is the other thing, let me tell you this. When you really wake up to it, you might think that what I'm saying makes everything sound meaningless. A lot of people think that. Like, so it means nothing. It's just all fucking whatever, blah, blah. It's like, no. That's what you would think. That's what you would think that you would feel if you suddenly knew a lot more than you did now, right? But the reality is that's not what happens. The reality is that suddenly you look at the world with new eyes and you go, wow, oh shit, this is fucking awesome. Like, this is fucking awesome. You know what I mean? Like, you see a piece of garbage float down the street and you're like, fuck. This is so detailed. Can you imagine seeing all these details in a dream or something? Can you imagine having a dream that, like, you know, you have like a pretty realistic dream and you wake up and you go, wow, that was so realistic. But you don't see the details. You don't see the garbage flying down the street, the leaves falling from the trees, or, you know, the little things, the fucking insects and whatever little stuff. But when you realize that it's an illusion, you're like, wow, this is fucking so detailed. This is just like amazing. You know? What's even more so is that when you realize that you're immortal, and that you were so fucking scared before of dying, and then you realize that you're not this body, that you're controlling this body. You're experiencing something through this body, but the body is expendable. It's genius. It's a drone. You know what I'm saying? It's just like drone warfare or whatever. You want to fucking go fly, you want to go fly the fucking, you want to go fly over enemy territory with dodging rockets and risking your life and all that shit? Or do you want to fly a drone in there into the most dangerous area and just like do everything remotely, and your drone gets shot down, you're good. You just fly, you just fucking, oh, well, let me hook up to a new drone and go fly that over. This is a bad analogy, but you know what I'm saying? Like, a horrible analogy actually, but it's the same in the sense. That's what you are. You're like that. It's like, hey, this is a dangerous, crazy fucking world, crazy lesson to learn. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't be any fun if we knew the truth. You know what I'm saying? It's like without the danger and everything, like the lesson is missed. You know, without the experience, the possibility of death, the lesson is missed. But ultimately, like, come on, this is the only way to do it. You wouldn't really want to put yourself in a place like this. This would be fucking terrifying. Are you kidding me? Like, you know what I mean? Like, fucking world is wild. You wouldn't fucking come here for real. You know what I mean? It's once you really, really realize, like how ridiculous everything is. You're like, wow, this is fucking stupid. Like, wow, I can't believe I took this so serious. Fucking, I worked so hard for those little paper tickets. Like, fucking A, the beach was here the whole time. The forest was here the whole time. Like, fuck. All the best things in the world have been damaged by technology. You ever think about that? Not one good thing has ever happened from technology. What have we done? What have we done? What has space travel done for us? Like, literally, with the exception of telephones, what has improved our life? And I'm not talking about FaceTime and applications and all that. I'm just talking about like the being able to call somebody. Like, once we got past being able to message each other, like what else has been worth the damage that we've caused? What else has been worth all the work that we've done? What else has been worth all the lives that have been lost to make this shit possible? We didn't do anything good, you guys. As a species, we didn't do nothing good. We're missing the point. This is Grand Theft Auto, and everybody's playing fucking side quests. You know what I'm saying? Like, if nobody even fucking knows what the story mission line is. They're just fucking wandering around like, hey, fuck, I don't know what we're supposed to do here. Like, fucking, hey, let's fucking social media and drink Starbucks. Like, you know what I'm saying? Well, that's in the Western world. The other people are like, oh, shit, I don't know what's going on here. Why don't we fucking shoot each other or something? Like, fucking, let's do some wars. Oh, hey, I don't know what the fuck is going on here, you know? Like, you know, let's go to work. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody knows. But there's nothing. You're just supposed to be creating an experience and learning lessons and like seeing what there is seeing what it's like to be mortal. You know? And this is the part that it's too, is like, where did it all come up with all this? Because it's so technical. And I always ask myself, like, does this actually exist somewhere? Is this a simulation or replication of something that perhaps did exist at one point? Like, are we living in our history? You know what I mean? Is this how God was created? The original consciousness? Like, did it maybe it did. Maybe it was all originally organic and then evolved, and then we invented computers, and computers got fucking way smarter than us, and then we merged with them, and you know, that created the original consciousness. Who knows? I don't know. It doesn't really matter that much to me. But you know, that is like one of the weird existential questions that I do ask myself. I say, hey, you know, like, where did all this, like, where did we come up with these funky ass bodies? Fucking weird, right? We look so weird. Yeah, I don't know. But that's the kind of shit that I think about sometimes when I want to get, weird about it. Self-fulfilling prophecy. Oh man, I must be really back in the chat. Damn, this chat is going crazy. Oh wait, no, that's not that much. Okay, let me go. This is the same as saying the murderer got away with it without being punished. Don't worry, he will be back in afterlife. You can look at it like that, but it's true. It will be. But the thing is it doesn't mean that we should let him get away with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, if somebody is that bad, like, if we can operate with love, not with hate, do nothing with hate. But anything that you can do with love is fair game. You know what I'm saying? Like, if that murderer that got away with stuff is out there, and you can say, out of the love of for the sake of everything that I love, I'm going to make sure that that man gets back in line to go pay off his karma in his next life. There's nothing, I don't see anything unvirtuous about that, personally. You know what I'm saying? I could be wrong, but that's just the way I see it. If it's done with love, then it's okay to help them along. If they're that bad. You know? They will get it in the next life. And let's make sure that they get it as soon as possible. You know? Jen, welcome. Do you prefer going by Bruce or my name? Probably Bruce. Why is the concept of 10,000 lives maintained in consideration when there's no application of it to apply to this life we're living right now? Because other people that you interact with are going to still be here after you leave, and your actions are eternal. The butterfly effect will continue going after you're gone. Whatever karma that you accrue is a concept of the butterfly effect, right? As you mentioned earlier. Well, as a concept of the butterfly effect, why would it not matter that part of one of the most poetic things about karma is that you're reincarnated into the world that you help create. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you think if you want to think of it like a video game, it gets harder and harder. You know what I'm saying? The more that time goes by and the more karma, the more things that have happened, the more this progresses, you're going to come back here. Did you help make the world utopia, or did you help make it into a living hell? So yeah, that should be taken into consideration, because you're right now affecting what you're going to come back to. Except for, remember that you dip out for a little bit of time into where it doesn't exist time. Any amount of time can go by the time you get back. You know what I'm saying? Like, you might be gone for a blink of an eye, you come back and it's 500 years later. And now you got to live in the world that your butterfly effect, your karma, helped create. And if you want to escape, you got to learn to live with virtue. Or to at least break even on your karma. Well, do you think that gets harder or easier the more fucked up the world it is? If we live in fucking Pleasantville, do you think it's easier to get good karma or bad karma versus if you live in a war zone? So, I think it was to answer the melatonin question, I don't know. I honestly, it was when I was 13. I want to say that they were like 5 milligram pills. So maybe I took like 10 milligrams or something. I don't know. Someone says it isn't consistent within the life as we know it. We don't know if there's 10K's lives or if there's afterlife. So should we just hope for it to come true? Hope alone is not convenient enough. Well, you should try to be a good person, regardless of whether or not you believe in an afterlife. And again, I can't, I'm just me. I'm just who I am. There's probably a lot of people that would tell you there's better sources of information than an ex-adult film star. But again, as I said earlier, and I'll say it again, and maybe, I don't know how far back on the chat I am going, so maybe this is already been answered. But, but I'm not quoting something that I read or something that I was taught. I'm quoting something that I seen and experienced and remembered with my own consciousness. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to, I'm not in any way trying to force feed you anything. And you can take it or leave it. It doesn't change anything for me personally. Like, in me talking to you and explaining your questions, and even if you're completely rejecting what I'm saying, it still could, it might have a completely different impact on someone else that's watching the recording of this, or that's watching right now. And so that's why I'm answering. Not that I think my answers are going to benefit you in any way, because you seem set in your beliefs. But if I can give you one thing that maybe you can take with you that's easy to digest and whatever, just keep your eyes open. Remember this conversation. And if ever a day comes when you see something that absolutely 100% should not have been possible according to any of your reasons or beliefs now. So if you see something that 100% could never be proven by science, that every law, everything you've ever been taught, everything you learned in school, everything your parents told you, everything Disney told you, everything that you've been conditioned to think, when you see one thing someday that doesn't line up with any of that, that can't be explained in any kind of way other than the things that I've been telling you about right now, remember this conversation and come back and watch the whole spirituality playlist. Okay? Just keep your eyes open for that day. Forget about take whatever you think was of value, take it. But the day when you see something that's unexplainable, remember this conversation and come back here and watch this. Karma is also similar to the paradox of all good, all knowing, and all powerful, being God, that it can't be all three at the same time is as contradictory seeing the suffering in this world. That doesn't make any sense at all, okay? And what's more so, and I'm really going to fuck up some people are going to be upset at me for this one, but let me quote the Tao for a minute. One begot one. One begot two. Two begot three. And three begot 10,000 things. Okay? This is the wisdom of the Tao. Two begot three. Do you know what the three is? The three is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Okay? This is what Christianity is based on. other things too. There's a Holy Trinity in other religions as well, but this is the Holy Trinity. So how far down, how many layers down did we get to the Holy Trinity? One begot one, right? So we're already 2 layers down. One begot 2, that's the 3rd layer down. So we already have 4. We have 4 consciousnesses of creation that predate the Holy Trinity, that came at some point in history of the universe before the Holy Trinity. So it's not contradictory even slightly, because even just that explains it. But the 3 created 10,000 things, which is everything, right? So why would any one thing need to, how would it be, how, in what way would it be contradictory? Because it's not contradictory at all, because of the whole concept of every consciousness being partitioned into a separate consciousness, to be having multiple experiences without the influence of the whole. Jen said, on Bad Thoughts quote, check out the song by Good Thoughts, Bad Thoughts by Funkadelic. We'll definitely check that out. Salute Zavanko in Serbia. Welcome. Susan said, this is a long stream and I'm still here. Yeah, I'm trying to, the chat's going crazy, so I'm like trying to catch the bottom of the chat and I'm out of here. But Sylvan said, did something like that happen to you that you couldn't be explained? What was it? Yes, something like that happened to me that couldn't be explained, and I still rationalized it away. And in front of two witnesses, 3 people seen something completely impossible. And even though we all had eyes locked on each other, and that nobody else in the house except for me could have done the thing that we all thought was somebody else's trick, I was the only one really capable of it. And 3 people seen it happen. You know what I'm saying? Somehow I still convinced myself that there had to be some kind of way that they tricked me and did the impossible. But after, and then everything else, many things happened spiritually. Many of these experiences happened, but in the most recent experience, the same thing that had happened long before I ever whatever happened again. Now I will say that even though it didn't like drive me to spirituality when I originally seen the impossible thing, what it did do was made me believe in the simulation theory. I didn't immediately go the spiritual route. I didn't really know how else to explain what I seen. All I knew was that whatever I seen was impossible. And so I remembered somebody mentioning simulation theory, and I said, wow, it is a simulation. More so is that the thing that happened was so ridiculous and kind of funny that I realized that not only is this a simulation, but I realized that I exist outside of the simulation. Humor involved in what happened was something that I realized was a joke that only I would play on myself, if that makes sense. So that's how I knew that I existed outside of this dimension. And that was really when the curtain started coming down, because I suddenly realized that this is all an illusion. It's not real. I didn't really have any concept of everything else that I've been talking about, because I didn't have the experiences that were needed to understand it myself. Even if somebody explained it all to me, I would do the same thing that what you're doing right now. Like I would question it. I would say that doesn't make sense, blah, 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 this. But in the end, I was shown, and I had to be shown. I've come on here, I've put a lot of time in on this, like, you know, sharing it with people, because it does help some people. But the reality is it's really, 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 really one of those things that seeing is believing. You got to just see it. You just got to see it. And if you want to set yourself up to potentially have something happen and see it, I'll tell you that even back then, you know, it, you know, I've always been into the whole purification thing, especially for my body, like physically, and trying to beat my addictions and things like that. And I've been into that for a long time, and it was like more for like health related issues before. So I've been into it for a long, I've been doing all that for a long time. But if you want to set yourself up to potentially have something like that happen, purification, like any addiction that you have, anything you like to do, stop doing it. Anything, whatever you don't like to do that you think you should do, start doing that. You know what I'm saying? Fast as often as possible, as long as possible, and as dry as possible. You know what I'm saying? Semen retention, that's big. Try not to eat such a, like, try to eat less ingredients in your food. Like, let your body really adapt to like one food that you feel has most of your nutrition, and then supplement with other things, but don't eat them together. And again, I'm not a medical professional. Nothing I say is intended as a medical price. And the other thing is, fuck, what was I gonna say? There was another important part of the equation. I don't remember what I was gonna say, but anyways, that's a good place to start. And all those things are good for your health, for your scientific body as well. Even if you cannot find God, all those things that I just told you will benefit you. So I don't mind telling you to do it. But they will also all set you up to potentially see and know more. Next says, when I was super out of alignment, a guy from a bicycle came crashing on my back from above. Super weird. That sucks. Susan, 4 hours already. Bruce is full of energy today. Susan said, absolutely. I know I'm trying so hard for everybody, but it keeps freezing on me every time my fucking phone rings. But Maya said, same, he's literally chewing every topic and putting it in their mouths. Someone says the contradiction I mentioned was regarding all good and all powerful God being true, because if he was all good, he can't be all powerful. If he was all powerful, he can't be all good. Look at the suffering. Well, that's what I tried to explain to you earlier before when I explained the difference between karma and virtue. And I also explained that the all powerful God is not the creator of this world. Do you know what I'm saying? This is, well, I didn't say that specifically, but this is an important part to understand. The all powerful and understand that which was created by the all powerful is to us in our vision and whatever, it's all powerful because it created everything, right? But that's not the one that demands virtue. Do you understand? That's the one that demands that karma gets paid. There's one that demands virtue. This is the good. This is also the all-powerful. Okay? That created this. This created everything. Or should I say, this created everything which created everything. Do you see what I'm saying? So you're tying the actions of something which was created to the actions of that which created it, which is incorrect. This created this created those created everything. Okay, so there's layers down. And the suffering is a big part of this. The first emotion that was ever felt was suffering. And that was the suffering of that which is all powerful and that created that which created everything. So suffering is part of creation. Do you know what I'm saying? But the thing is that you will never know what it's like to lack suffering. And this is a Buddhist concept. It's called the Noble Four Truths or something like that. And it's like, I don't know them word for word, but it's like to acknowledge the existence of suffering, to acknowledge something else, and then to acknowledge that the end of suffering, and to acknowledge that life without suffering is possible, or something like that. You don't have to look it up. It's the Noble Fourfold Truth, or Noble Four Truths, or something like that, Buddhism. Okay, so it explains the whole suffering thing. But suffering is very heavily tied into everything. But you got to realize that this isn't the only universe. There are other universes where no suffering exists. It's this universe was created the way it was created. It's like a big experiment, but you know, it works. The experiment actually works. And what the whole experiment, the whole point of it is, why does it happen? It's not about suffering or not. Suffering is not that big of a that's not the suffering is a concept for us. We want to not suffer. But you're thinking like a human. You're not thinking like a god. If suffering leads to divinity, then it was a price well paid. Whatever suffering happens, if it creates one divine soul, even all the suffering of the world, if it creates one single divine soul, it was worth it. But it does more than that. It creates many divine souls. And that's how heaven becomes populated. Heaven. It's how the dimension above us becomes populated. It's a fucking party. Of the best personalities, which is what an ego is a personality, all the best personalities that have ever existed in this entire universe, the most interesting personalities that have ever been created and found divinity, it's all chilling together. You know what I'm saying? It's a big party. And that which created all that gets to have all of their wisdom and all their thoughts and everything combined within itself. It's a beautiful thing, even with all the suffering. Yes, but he's all powerful and can do literally anything, allowing suffering, thus not all good. But you're quoting religion, Sobin. I explained to you earlier that I'm not a religious person. And I also explained that the Holy Trinity, which is what Christianity that you're quoting was based on, is 4 levels down from the absolute. Okay? Means that what created this is the absolute has got more going on than this. Do you know what I'm saying? This was created by something completely lesser than that. More so, it was actually created by something that was created by that which was lesser than that. Do you know what I'm saying? So it has no relation at all. The only thing that you're questioning is Christianity. You're not questioning anything that I'm saying. So you keep, you know what I'm saying, I unfortunately I have to I keep using the word God because I don't have a better word for it, and I don't want to use a specific name because there's different gods. and I don't know which one is which, to be honest. But nothing that I'm saying contradicts anything that you're questioning right now. You're contradicting yourself because you think that I'm talking about a Christian God or concept, and that's not what I'm talking about. Wiggs, Bruce, love the consistency. We're all here for it. Max says, you've been talking for 5 hours. What did you eat these past 5 days? That's the crazy thing. I've been fasting. I don't eat. I don't gotta eat no more. I'm running on source energy. I'm fucking drawing magnetic waves out of the earth. Okay, well, Sobin, I'm not a religious person. If I was going, this is the only, look, the Hindu, I will take them. I have a love for them because a lot of the stuff that they know, I have found to be true. And a lot of, and basically every major spiritual experiences that I've had, I never heard about any of them before I had them. But once I have one, I generally go back and research if anyone else has had the same experience. And what I find is that I always find experiences similar to my own in from people who are talking about Hinduism or yoga. Okay? That being said, this is the only religion, quote unquote, that supports my personal beliefs after having the experiences that I've had. This is what says it. If you want to refer to religious texts regarding anything that I'm saying, challenge me with this. Because this is the way this is what best describes, of anything that's not written by myself, this is what best describes what I've experienced and what I've seen. I made it to the bottom of the chat. Okay, you guys, I'm out of here. Adios. I'm glad that we had a great 5-hour chat. This is insanely insane. You guys, yeah, it's Tao Te Ching. Taoteeching. It's by Lao Tzu. Laotzu. All right. Listen, I love you guys. If you know anyone that would benefit from a 5-hour stream about religion and things, please share this. Don't forget to subscribe. We're getting really close to the 300-hour mark, and so I can probably do this more often once we start opening up some of the other tools on YouTube. Fuck, there was one last thing I was gonna say. Oh, Sam wants to say goodbye. Goodbye, Sam. Ew. Yuck. Fuck. Anyways, it's whatever. I'll catch you guys next time. Much love.